Oh, are we live back there? We are. So welcome to our city council meeting, and for those that are online watching, we appreciate you being here. And it is a tradition that we open our city council meetings in prayer. And Pastor Jonathan Pyle is here this evening, so we will all stand. And thank you for opening us in prayer. And then if you'd like to lead us in the pledge.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
All right, let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you very much for the privilege of being a part of this community, and it's so grateful. I'm grateful to get to be here, thankful for the privilege of raising my family here, and excited about all of that. And then I'm thankful for our mayor and for the city council that you've given to lead us, and then, God, I also believe to minister to us. And so I pray that you would give them discernment and passion for what they do, and as well compassion for the people that they serve and that they minister to. And for tonight and all that's going on, God, I pray that you would bless it and that it would be honoring to you and helpful to the people in this community. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen.
All right, please join me. Pledge to the flag. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so as we call the meeting to order, let's do roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Hogaboom?
Here.
Levi? Haverfield?
Here.
Gog?
Here.
Okay, proposed amendments to the agenda. I have two proposed amendments. First is to remove item 9.1, motion to adjourn into executive session from the agenda. And then item 3.1 on the agenda is actually a citizen communication item, so they will be moved up to the citizen communication item. Are there any other proposed amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the amendments to the agenda and the consent agenda as provided.
So moved. Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Gog?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, the next item on our agenda are proclamations, and we have no proclamations this evening, so we'll move right into the opportunity where Nampa residents have the opportunity to share with us. And the first item on the agenda is Dan Holtry and the Nampa High football team. And I have to find my notes that I just lost. Here we go for just a moment. Okay. So this evening, the City of Nampa would like to take a moment to recognize some local citizens who recently went above and beyond to make a 10-year-old boy feel very special on his birthday. 9? Oh, thank you. We got that wrong. Thank you.
I'm 39.
Wow.
That is awesome. Thank you. So many of us maybe saw the KTVB feature where this sweet young boy named Christian was surprised by the Nampa High School football players and their coach, Dan Holtry, for his birthday. So I would like to invite Coach Holtry, the players, Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Paula Keller, and Christian and his mom, Lindsay, to come up and join us. We wanted to take a moment, one, to honor you guys for your kindness, your integrity, and your service. And while I make my way down, I'd like to ask Coach Holtry and Lindsay if you'd like to just talk to us for just like 60 seconds. Tell us what transpired and what it meant to you. So go ahead and come forward. I'm going to make my way down and we'll do a presentation. Oops.
Christian, would you like to tell us what happened in your birthday party?
I was about to go on the airplane. A few minutes earlier, I heard one sing, there's a football team there. But I
Yeah,
did
exactly.
on the birthday.
Let me step back just a second.
I was about to get
Oh,
on the
hold on.
trampoline when they
Hold on, I'm
gone.
getting Christian. I'm going to give them a little backstory because they have to know why they showed up. So, I have 4 kids, and all 4 of them go to the same elementary school. And in January, we had invited his brother's class to his party, and we had 30-plus kids there, and some of the special needs kids too. Christian wanted to invite his class, and we passed out the invitations, but we weren't getting any replies. And on the last day of school, I saw him going up to his peers saying, "Hey, RSVP, come to my party, come to my party." And out of the 6 kids, only 2 of them responded to him. Most of them just ignored him and pretended like he wasn't there. And I put a post on Facebook just to my friends, and I'm like, you know, this is a hard world, and I understand because a lot of times when we're uncomfortable with things, even as adults, we ignore them or we make fun of them. We just do. And it's not okay when it's a person. And so it's about education and talking. And so I'm just saying, teach your kids, take time, be kind, and just preaching to the choir because my friends are nice people. And one of them is friends with Coach Holtree. And she lives in Texas, and I didn't know about it, but she reached out to him. And the next thing I know, I'm getting a text from, the Nampa football coach. And I'm like, I don't know that this is going to be good. I don't know that high school football players want to come to my son's party. I don't, and I'm like, no, we're going to take a chance. We're going to see what happens. And it was great. And this is the part that he's so excited about. So how did it happen?
Just act out what I was supposed to do. Just to do the exact same thing you did.
And what did you do? And that's exactly what Christian did. And these guys were the greatest. They came and they played with the kids. They got down on their level. And
I was just football here.
this little story that was big in our communities went worldwide. I mean, it was published in literal newspapers in Italy, in Spain. And, no, he's playing football with a shoe now. And he has a new love of football. He has a new love of these guys. And it's helped kids at his school actually start talking to him and building more relationships. And so we are so grateful for that.
Thank you. And Coach Holtree, would you like to say?
We're just honored to be here and be a part of this and get this sort of recognition. It's something that obviously we're proud of, but it's something that we try to accomplish every season. And it's kind of a part of our program, a part of what we try to establish is well-rounded young men on and off the field. And so this activity, helping out friends, and this happened to be a great opportunity to do that. Help Christian make his day, and I was a little bit apprehensive. I thought, I don't know if he's going to accept us kind of barging in on his birthday party, but he was really excited to see us, and it was just turned out to be a great event. And this type of honor is just icing on the cake, and we just really appreciate all the support from the community and the state and across the nation. And we're just really honored, and it's been an awesome experience for all of us.
Well, we are so proud of you. Thank you for noticing and stepping up. And thank you guys for your willingness to give back, because in life, no matter where you go, whether it's in sports and you pursue that or it's business, that's what life's about, is giving back. So thank you so much. And Dr. Keller, I bet you're proud of these guys. Do you want to come up here? Because we have a certificate for you. And so we have a certificate, and then let's do the present first. I think we should do the present first, so you go for it.
So gentlemen, thank you for representing those things that we want all of our students to represent. Thank you for caring. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for caring and making a day special. So Christian, I know that these gentlemen brought some fun things with you at your birthday party, but the district also wanted to give you just a little bit of gift, a few things here and there that you might find fun. I don't know, it's so much more pretty than mine.
And we had a gift for you too. So enjoy your gifts and happy birthday.
There we go.
And then we have a certificate, so hang tight. So is Donnie here? Donnie. There you go. And then stay up here for a group photo. So Donnie, Thank you so much. So nice to meet you. Thank you. And Alec Jensen. There you go. Thank you, Alec. It's so nice to meet you. Spencer, Kip. Hi, Spencer. So nice to meet you. Thank you. And Carlos? Carlos, how do you say your last name? Puente. Okay, thank you. So nice to meet you.
We came directly from practice, so thanks.
Owen Andrews. There you go. Thank you. So nice to meet you. And Jace Mann. Hi, so nice to meet you. Thank you so much. And Kate Smith. So nice to meet you.
Excuse me.
And Brandon Draper. Braden. Did I say it wrong? Is that correct? Spelled correct? Okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you. And Dr. Dan Poultry. Mister. Yes. Hey, I just jumped you up there. Thank you so much. Okay, let's do a photo. So everybody squeeze really tight. Yes, Christian, come in. Paula, come in. You know what? Is there somebody that would come down so that we're all in there? We'll scoot way in there. Scoot hug. Okay, here we go.
Better get behind Doug here. Be safe.
I think I'm on the outside edge here.
Let's have your athletic director come in. What is his name? Greg Carpenter, come in here because you should be right here with the rest of us. Thank you. There we go.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we will get one for you.
There's Clay has one right there.
Yes, it is.
Hey, guys, have a good season, all right? He's working hard. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Coach Haverfield, what do you think? Potential?
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, so continuing on with Nampa residents that wish to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. Hey, Mr. Brad back there. Is there a sheet in front of you that anyone signed up to speak for 3 minutes on an agenda or non-agenda item? We have one gentleman. So come, make your way on up. I love it. It's all other duties is assigned. Thank you, Deputy Chiefs back there and Chief. Thank you so much.
The Deputy Chief is,
Right here, face us, and then just move that mic so you can speak right into it. And if you could state your name and your address, and then if it's an agenda or non-agenda item.
My name is Lee Raby. I live in the Islands Estates. My address is 2322 East Aruba Avenue. And I don't know if it'll be agenda or a non-agenda.
That's fine.
My request is to have the police department put in some motorcycle patrolmen to stop the speeders. It's getting ridiculous. Today's their first day of school, and I do not want to see any little kids hurt. And the elderly is walking their dogs and stuff like that. So if we can get them slowed down, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for taking time to come and share that with us. I appreciate it, and it's nice to meet you. So Kathleen Tuck, are you wanting to speak on an agenda or? Okay. Yes, come on up. You are welcome to, or you can wait for the public hearing, but if you would potentially not be here, you will be here. We can wait till public hearing then. Kathleen, thank you. Margie Potter, I think yours is non-agenda.
I try not to have an agenda. Marty Potter with the Salvation Army, 403 12th Avenue South in Nampa. And I just wanted to let you guys know that Friday, we gave out about 500 stuffed backpacks to kids here in Nampa that had signed up. Nampa and a little bit of surrounding areas. And about 68 of those were to children in the foster care system, so that part kind of broke my heart. But, because they leave and they have nothing when they get to where they're going, and so it was pretty cool to be able to give them a backpack with new school supplies. But really, what I wanted to do was thank some people, because I just love Nampa. I've lived all over the United States, and people here really step up. There's some people like Scott Glover back there, and Kenny Roten and Kathleen Tuck and Sandy, Councilwoman Sandy Levi. Oh my gosh, these people just helped collect school supplies, and Sandy got in there and was stuffing backpacks like a crazy woman. And I just wanted to tell everybody how much I appreciate and how much we appreciate the community putting in it's hundreds of hours of work that people put in to be able to do that. So I just wanted to say thank you. That's all.
Thank you for sharing that.
Mayor, is that more backpacks than normal, 500?
We usually do right around that. We'll probably do a little bit more than that because today was the first day of school, and then some parents will get a list and say, you need this, and they're going to call frantically, and we'll try to get them what they need. So
And I'm just curious, how do you select those 500?
so they come in, and then we send an email out through the school district, through the different school districts, and just kind of get the word out there through health and welfare and places like that. And they come in, and we just have volunteers in the community that come in. There's a lot of volunteer police department that help too, and we sign them up by so there's not an income verification, so to speak, if that's what you're looking for, because a lot of people are having, they've had, maybe a medical problem or a car breakdown, or, I just think there's not very many people taking advantage of that system, because it takes a lot to come in there and sign up and say, first of all, they have to stand in line for a while and say, that they need help. So, but they make sure we have birth certificates and, stuff like that, so we know there's real kids there. So, and then they came in, and Councilwoman Levi took pictures, so there'll be lots of pictures, and there was a lot of happy kids on Friday, so she can attest to that. But
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So we had a gentleman, William Landon Rex. Are you here? Hello. And I think you're actually on here to speak on a non-agenda item. So feel free to come forward. And it is William Langdon Rex, is that correct?
Affirmative.
And I'll let you share your address, and thank you for being here.
I am Mr. William Langdon Rex, 1216 Holly Street, Nampa, Idaho. I have been delegated by 10 other residents, property owners, or homeowners within the municipality of Nampa to speak to you elected officials. The general subject is the municipal code. The specific subject is Article 3-2-9, obstruction to comfortable enjoyment of life, and Article 3-2-10, maintenance of nuisance unlawful. On Monday, June 24th, 2019, a complaint of code violation was filed by email with Nampa City Code Enforcement Office and copies to Mr. Kent Lovelace, Code Enforcement Supervisor, and also to Ms. Beth Innick, Economic Development. Results of this complaint as of today: no response. Now, for you, I have, for you elected officials, a package of information.
Thank you, sir.
They're all quite similar except for possibly some of the photographs.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Each of your informational packages contains the municipal code wording I am about to quote. Article 3-2-10, Maintenance of Nuisance Unlawful. This section shall not apply with regard to any such nuisance located in an enclosed building or so located on the premises as not to be readily visible from any public place or from any surrounding private property. We affected and concerned citizens readily see this public nuisance every day. The Code Enforcement Office shall not tell us otherwise. They shall not tell us that plastic tarpaulins and old soiled fabric strung from dead trees and carport frames prevents us from seeing what is there. These barriers are themselves an unlawful nuisance. We are not blind. One last point I would like to make that I know carries a lot of weight around here. Diminution of property value. Repeat, diminution of real property value. That concludes our statement. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Rex, I appreciate you bringing this forward. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you for
very
being
much.
organized. Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it. And you will hear back from someone.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one other person signed up, and that is Michael, is it Marin? And excuse me. And I believe this is a non-agenda item, and I'll let you restate your name and your address. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Michael Marion, and I live at 3100 South Montego Way in Nampa, in the Island Subdivision. And the item I was bringing up was already brought up by Lee Raby. And it dealt with I'm on the board, so I hear from a lot of the residents in the islands about speeding throughout the subdivisions. And I have just talked to Lee, and I think he's settled it already with somebody back there. But basically, we were hoping to get some sort of response because nobody's, I've moved here to Nampa in 2009, and I've been on the board since 2010. And as long as I've been on the board, homeowners have been talking about speeders and stuff. And we just have been discussing about possibly having a motorcycle policeman hanging out in the area because nothing stops people faster than getting a ticket, right? And they're a little bit more wary about, the speed they drive, even myself, right? And so basically that was to see if there was anything that the city council could do or suggest or whatever. So, because we did go to the police and they've got so much to do already. It just seems like another brick on the load. But,
I think you sat in the right place tonight because you've got the three top guys sitting right behind you. And you've got perfect audience with the team right there, and that's who you're going to need that help from. So I appreciate Chief Huff and Brad and Kurt. Thank you for communicating and following up. It's greatly appreciated. And thank you for coming and sharing your concerns.
well, thank you guys for fulfilling this need for the community. We missed you at the National Night Out, but we got to see Rick, and that was great.
And Brad, yeah.
And Brad.
I know, I miss being there. We can only make it to 5, and so I'm rotating each year. And even then, I thought maybe we could do 6, and it couldn't happen.
Didn't happen.
But thank you for your community and getting together. Take care. Thank you.
Mayor, I always have off-wall questions. Can either of those three guys in the back, can they ride a motorcycle? Okay, so you won't be seeing them, but maybe someone else, okay.
Was there anyone else that intended to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item? Yes. Come on up and state your name, address, as everyone else has, and if it's in what the item is.
Hi, my name is Jerry Boyce. It's kind of a non-agenda / agenda item that I'd like to talk about.
Okay. And Jerry, what's your address?
My address is 3400 Brennan Drive, Nampa. I've grown up in this town since I was 2 years old. Love this town. I raised my family here and would like to continue to raise my family here. One of the biggest pressures that I'm finding as a person that works in construction, works the trades, and I sell real estate, you know, I'm sure people have seen me or know me around here, is the property tax values are killing and crushing the common person in this town. I've never, ever appeared here to say anything to the city council because I don't want your job. I don't envy what you guys do. And I know it's a difficult thing to do. Over the last few years, my own personal address, my personal property taxes have gone up on average between $800 to $1,000 a year.
Wow.
It is staggering. I now pay upwards, if I'm projecting right where my taxes are going to come in, I'm going to pay close to $500 a month just in property taxes to live in my home. It just kills me. I mean, and I can't believe that I'm the only one in this town that has this problem. You know, I own several rentals in this town. It costs 3 months' rent to pay the property taxes in this town. Now, I'll put that up against Ada County where rents are higher. It cost me a month and a half rent to pay taxes in Ada County. So these are big issues that I can't imagine I'm the first one to bring this up. I heckled you a couple of years ago in a parade, if you remember, and I apologize for that.
That's okay. It goes with the job.
But I would just hope as we proceed forward with budgets and taxation that we keep that in mind, that those of us that don't make $200,000 a year are starting to really feel the pinch and the crush of the property taxes in the city of Nampa. My good buddy that lives virtually across the street and is in the county pays literally half of what I pay in taxes. I don't even know how to respond to that. It's staggering. And I would hope that as we move forward that maybe we could think about that and think about the people in the city and how bad that hurts those of us that want to stay here and raise our families. I mean, I'm tempted to go back out into the county again, you know. And I imagine I'm not the only one thinking that way. So that's really all I have to say.
Thank you for bringing that forward. And you know what? I feel for that because I experienced the same thing. I mean, we all do because we live here. And just a couple things as we went through the budget process, and I'll say it later, but I'll say it now, that 23% of our city budget comes from property tax, the actual property taxes. The rest comes from other fees and other things. So it's not fully, and then 44% of your taxes actually come to the city. So without really separating out the difference between the county and the city, but one thing where we, through our personal property tax, Ada County has Ada County Highway District, and they do all the roads and the stormwater. We do roads and stormwater out of our property taxes. And so we have a little bit greater burden. But one of the greatest things to get us out from underneath our property tax situation is the growth of manufacturing and industry that helps spread it out. And so that's absolutely where we're going to go. But our levy rate is actually the lowest it's been in 15 years.
I commend you.
So it's coming down. Unfortunately, the assessed values, which that is a state statute and run through the county. And in my opinion, we increased those assessed values way too much too fast, but we can't control that. It's quite unfortunate because it made a huge difference where our levy rate's going down, the taxes are going down, everybody's paying more because the assessed values went up so high.
Right.
So,
And being in real estate construction, I understand some of that. But here's the bottom line, as an investor who owns rental properties here too, it is not as profitable for me to be in this town as it is for me to be in any surrounding town that I'm in. Because that is the bottom dollar of what it costs for me to be a landlord here.
that's an
Don't
important
know how else
message.
to explain that.
No. I think there are other people sitting here today that actually are facing that same thing that you're talking about, so thank you very much.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry I didn't plan those thoughts out better, but
Oh, you did well.
thank you for your
you.
time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the next section of our agenda, and that's mayor and council comments. And I don't have any comments this evening outside of what we're doing. Council, do you have any comments this evening? Seeing none. We do not have any agency commission reports because we moved that item up. Staff communications, Jeff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Wanted to give you some updates from the Public Works Department. One, our annual chip seal operation is completed, but I wanted to highlight some of the things that went on this year and then kind of where we're going next year, which is exciting. So the streets crew is innovative. They care about saving money. They saved almost $180,000 with refining their system this year, but one of the things in particular is that they dialed in the rock distribution rate and the oil application rate, and you notice that we didn't have any claims. They're using better sweepers to back up the rock, and so all that is contributing to cost savings and a better product. So I've never had a year where I've had so many people ask for chip seal. After some chip seals, and we've hired it out before, people don't want a chip seal. But so this year they took their time, especially in the residential neighborhoods, and I think we had a really good product. And going forward, we have a goal of there's 7 zones in the city. In each zone, crack sealing the entire zone, and then chip sealing all the arterials and half of the residential. So by next year, we're going to take huge strides, increase the amount of chip seal we're going to be doing. So we'll give you more information as we get into that. And then I wanted to highlight the mayor's office, and you may get a lot of comments on the Middleton corridor. So we wanted to kind of give you an idea of what's coming in the next year and a half as far as projects. So what you're looking at right now is kind of dim, but the line with the dots on it, that is Middleton. The southern line is Greenhurst, and it goes all the way up to Caldwell Boulevard and I-84 at the top. But I just want to tell you, those are all projects planned in the next year. I'm going to start from the bottom. That is a pavement management project. They're going to rebuild the roadway from Greenhurst almost to Roosevelt. We're buying right-of-way for roundabouts at the intersections before we get there. So that will be ready once we have funding. We'll have the right-of-way in place so we can put in and install the intersections. If you move one more north to that, there's Lone Star and Middleton is going to be widened with sidewalks, stormwater. A new signalized intersection is going in there. Smith and Middleton, there's going to be a new signalized intersection there. At the intersection of Orchard, that signal is still in the right-of-way phase and is overseen by Nampa Highway District, but we plan on seeing that one installed next year. So, and you can stop me if you have a question, Councilman.
Mayor, if I may. So who has made a decision, whether it's right-of-way or eminent domain, to do signals rather than roundabouts?
So with our master plan, our first look is we're going to be taking a look at roundabouts. If that's feasible and if that's a good application for that intersection, then we're going to propose a roundabout. We'll bring a design, the good design options to council on whether we should move ahead on those. But definitely we're looking at
So
roundabouts.
that's still in the possibility? Okay. Because what I was reading, I thought we were talking all signals and all 3 of those intersections, so.
That corridor kind of started out signals. So now that we're in the interior portions, those ended up being signals as a result of that. But you look at the outside edges of the city on Midland and Middleton, we're looking at roundabouts. Then moving north, Orchard Avenue in Middleton, that's Nampa Highway District, and they're going to be building that next year. And then the I-84 expansion to 3 lanes with an auxiliary lane is underway, and they're also going to be redoing the Middleton overpass as part of that project. So all that's happening, and I know from the Facebook and a lot of questions in the community about what are we doing on Middleton to help with traffic and safety, and this is some of the work that's coming. It's also going to bring some traffic, so when trying to strategize right now on traffic control and detours and things like that. So with that, do you have any questions?
Mayor Kling, I do have one. So Jeff, when is the overpass going to be completed over there on Karcher and Midland Boulevard?
In the next few months, it'll be,
Oh, it's coming right along then, isn't it? Okay.
and they'll be starting on that overpass next year. So this Garvey projects are really fast-tracked on I-84.
Good.
And just a quick comment. We've had a number of citizens very concerned about Middleton and Orchard and the pace that that's going. And just a quick comment, and Jeff, I know you know this, that they are working diligently on that. But when it comes to the land acquisition, when that gets stalled because they cannot move forward, it actually stops. I mean, and so that's where we are with that. So I just want our citizens to know it's not that the city isn't trying to move forward. It is a Highway District 1 project. They're working on it, but they have had some delays due to some of the acquisition process that they need in order to get the work done.
Yeah, Mayor, we started a few years ago. The design's done. Most of the right-of-way is acquired. We're just waiting for a few parcels.
Great. Jeff, thank you very much. So that's it for the staff reports. We'll move to new business. So item 5.1 on the agenda, this is an action item, and this is to award a bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract with Cascade Enterprises, Inc. for Fire Station 1 boiler and extractor project.
So move.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Until they read their packet. Thank you, Brian. So action item 5.2 is to approve a state and local agreement, which is a project development for 3rd Avenue North and West Industrial Road intersection improvements along Franklin Boulevard. This is project number A22103, and it's attached resolution to complete the National Environmental Policy Act study and initiate the design for the approved design alternative. Jeff.
Mayor, City Council, this is a freight grant that we received a couple years back for over $5 million. This is the state-local agreement with ITD to start the environmental process and the pre-design process. So for that, I will stand if you have any questions regarding this project.
Seeing none, what's the will of the council?
So the city match on this, Mayor, is 500,000, is that correct? Or 37,000 of the 500,000, is that correct?
And Councilman, that's the initial state-local agreement. It's not the construction. The overall match for the project will be 7.34% of the 5.7 million.
So our approval is the 7.34?
Yeah, this is the project development portion of the state-local agreement. A follow-up state-local agreement will come for construction, and that will be the larger amount.
Okay. With that understanding, I'll make the motion to approve this request.
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.3 on the agenda is a resolution to approve the state and local agreement for the Franklin Boulevard and Karcher Road intersection development project.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mayor.
Second?
Okay, discussion.
Okay, this is the offset by your office?
Yeah, I like it.
And you seconded the motion? All right. I'm okay.
Okay.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 4.5.4 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution declaring the city's intent to sole source the procurement of the waste gas burner and injection system from Varick Biogas.
So move.
Second.
Is Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.5 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding between Nampa Highway District 1 and the City of Nampa for Star Road and Cherry Lane Roundabout Project.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.6 on the agenda needs to be heard after public hearing 6.2, so we'll move to 5.7. 5.7 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution declaring the city's intent to sole source the procurement of the Nampa Rec Center mezzanine flooring project from wall-to-wall commercial flooring not to exceed the contract amount of $57,728.
So,
Go ahead.
so moved, and it's under budget, so glad to see that.
It's been moved and seconded. Moved by Councilman Hogaboam, seconded by Levi. Yes. Okay, is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Item 5.8 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the Taco Time Site MOU between ITD, Muscle Construction, and the City of Nampa for operational or safety improvements on the state roadway system within the City of Nampa.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I do have a question on there for clarification, please. Where it says that, let's see, after further discussion with Messel, ITD, and city staff, an agreement was reached to forego this improvement for a cash in lieu of construction payment in the amount of $18,000. And then the next bullet point says, the payment shall be made to the City of Nampa and is required to be utilized for operational or safety improvements on the state roadway system with Nampa. So perhaps I'm getting hung up on process, but if it was required for safety, then why does money take care of it and we could forego it and put that money elsewhere?
So, Mayor, Councilman Levi, the initial requirement of the 30-foot radius on the intersection of 10th and 3rd was a standard requirement for a state roadway system, not specifically a safety improvement requirement. The negotiation for the cash in lieu of construction payment, the state stipulated that they wanted those funds used for safety improvements or safety improvements to the state system, rather than just any type of improvements. They wanted safety type improvements done with that.
Follow up, please. So the 30-foot standard for the state roadway system, why is it?
That it's the reason they have those turning radiuses there. It allows for a vehicle to make that turn easier without impeding traffic on the state roadway. In this case, if you drive up and down 3rd and 2nd, that is the standard, that 7-foot-ish turning radius is standard on all of those side streets, and they do not show a accident problem due to that. So in this case, the state was willing to forego that in lieu of the payment.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion or questions on this item? Hearing none, roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item number 5.9 on the agenda is an action item, and this is to request council to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the FY19 signal equipment procurement Zone B1 project with Econolite Contract Control Products, Inc.
Mayor, City Council, this is part of our asset management program for our signals in the city, and this is a procurement contract to make sure that we're upgrading those signals. The locations shown on your write-up, those are the locations that we're going to be installing the equipment. But if you have any questions,
Mayor, just so, 2007, it was planned to replace equipment. So is this just an area that you're picking out of the city, or is this area just really having challenges, or what?
Yeah, so part of this you'll see is along Garrity,
Right.
and that corridor is our, one of the most congested. So what we're replacing is the controllers, allow for more capability as far as reducing, but helping corridor traffic navigate that.
So they're synchronized, or I guess I'm just trying to get to how's it gonna help traffic is what I'm getting at.
Yes, Councilman Bruner, that area is synchronized. It is not tied into a central software where we can manage it from one location yet, but we are working on that program. This particular, these improvements need to be updated every 12 to 15 years, so we're trying to this is part of keeping up with those improvements.
Yeah,
And
if
they
you're improving flow of traffic, I'm good, okay? Thanks.
Are there any further questions? Okay, I would stand for a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Just one question. The apparent low bidder was 144,500. It states here that the budgeted amount was 234,000. What's the difference? Will it just stay, I guess, in your funds, or where does those dollars go?
That was, is that it? So this is a match. So some of the state is contributing some as part of an agreement with the state, and the rest of it is the city. So some of the city dollars will be saved.
So,
And that's our general
okay,
streets fund.
so we're allowing up to 144,500.
Correct. Councilman, correct.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions or discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Hogaboom.
Yes.
So items number 510, 511, and 512 under new business will come after public hearings this evening. And so we do have a few minutes, and so I would like to move on to unfinished business. We will start, and just as a quick FYI, for those of you here for public hearings, they will start at 7. If you have not signed up at the back to speak, please do so. That way we have you signed up at the back on the particular public hearing that you're here for. If for some reason that someone doesn't get signed up, I will give you an opportunity. But if you haven't, please feel free to use this next few minutes to do so. So moving on to number 7 on our agenda, this is unfinished business. And the first action item is the first reading of ordinance correcting ordinance 4430 for corrections to a legal description. And it is asked that we pass this under suspension of rules.
An ordinance determining that certain lands lying on the south side of Greenhurst Road between South Midland Boulevard and South Middleton Road, comprising approximately 95.16 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho as part of the RS6 zone and area at least, and BC zones, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd move for ordinance correction on 4430 under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Skog.
Yes.
Item 7.2 on the agenda is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance correcting ordinance 4191 for corrections to a legal description, and it is also asked that this pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance determining that certain lands commonly known as 2720 Sunny Ridge Road and 905 East Sky Ridge Lane, Nampa, Idaho, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa as part of the RA zone, declaring that said lands by proper legal descriptions as described below be part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinance or resolutions, orders and parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code, section 63215.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance correcting ordinance 4191 as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 7.3 on the agenda is an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance correcting ordinance 4379 for corrections to legal descriptions. And this again is requested to be passed under suspension of rules.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council to modify the annexation and zoning development agreement to which those certain parcels of real property commonly known as Pheasant Meadows subdivision of the Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, comprising of approximately 1.187 acres more or less, are subject described in ordinance number 3847 and recorded on November 7th, 2008 as instrument number 2008059426, records of Canyon County, Idaho, so as to include additional annex property described here below to be expand the subdivision to 101 buildable lots and 10 common lots on a total of 29.81 acres more or less, directing the city planning director to alter the use and area map accordingly, determining that certain lands, adjacent lands lying on the east side of South Grays Lane, west of South Happy Valley Road, and north of East Amity Avenue, comprising approximately 16.52 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho, as part of the RS7 zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below be part of the city of Nampa, county of Canyon, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, providing an effective date, providing a severability, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code, section 63215.
Madam Mayor, I think it's my turn, and congratulations on that reading. That was, that was amazing. I'll make the motion to that the corrected ordinance number 4379 as read under suspension of rules.
And I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog? Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 7.4 on the agenda is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to light industrial at 16261, 16285, and 16317 North Madison Road for 4.02 acres or 111 square feet. Lots 1, 2, and 3, Block 1 for Madison Acres for Alder Industrial LLC, represented by Kent Brown.
Mayor,
Yes.
excuse me. I'd move that we approve the annexation and zoning to light industrial for the properties on Madison Road in case number ANN 124-19.
And I think we need to read this.
Oh, I'm
Right.
so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. You were there.
My apologies.
So we'll read
I
that, and then we will hold your, and then it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. And the motion will come right back to it. Thank you, Sandy.
And orders determining that certain lands commonly known as 16261, 16285, and 16317 North Madison Road, comprising approximately 4.025 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho, as part of the IL zone, declaring that said lands by proper legal description as described below be part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code, section 63215.
I'll second Councilwoman Levi's motion.
Okay.
I'm not used to getting in there.
You did good.
Way to jump in.
Yes. Is there any additional discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
And I realized that the last one didn't say first reading of ordinance. I would assume this one needs that also. So 7.5 is an action item, and this is the first reading of the ordinance for the vacation of the southerly 10 feet of East Sheridan Avenue adjacent to be determined block at East Sheridan Avenue. And this is Lot 12, Block 62 of the Kurtz Edition, a 6,276 square foot portion of Lot 12, Block 62 of the amended plat of the Kurtz Edition for Carrie Little.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a 10-foot wide portion of the south side of the certain right-of-way known as East Sheridan Avenue, adjacent to the real property commonly known as 923 East Sheridan Avenue, Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer and to alter the use and area map accordingly, and providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. Victor?
moved.
So moved?
Yeah.
Okay. Your turn. I was going to give you the opportunity,
Thank
but you
you.
can second it.
I'll second his motion then.
Okay, I'll pass on the suspension of rules. Thank you, you guys are good. Ordinance number 4460 at 923 East Sheridan Avenue.
Thank you. And
welcome.
seconded by Councilman Haverfield. Any additional discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
So section 8 on the agenda those are just pending ordinances. And at this time, we have about 4 minutes before we would move into the remaining items on our agenda. And so let's see, let me get right here. So just a quick note to everyone that's here tonight. Hopefully you've had the opportunity to sign up. We've got a number of public hearings this evening. We will just systematically go through them. As you come up and share, you have the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. I will follow the sign-up sheets and give you the opportunity. If there are a number of people here to speak and say the same thing as the person in front of them, you are always welcome to say, you know what, I defer my right to, I don't need to say anything, but I agree, because you are so noted by being here. If you don't really want to come up and speak, you're welcome to just stand and say, I support whatever has been said. So we will get started in just 1 minute, and we'll get going.
Mayor, do you mind if we take a 5-minute recess for just a few?
Yeah, we'll do a real short one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're going to take just a very short recess, and we'll start. So we're going to proceed, public hearing 1. As we open public hearing 1 this evening, this is an action item that is annexation and zoning to RS6 for a single-family residential zoning district for Calvary Springs subdivision at 1713 East Iowa. And this is for Kent Brown representing Trilogy of Idaho. Kent is unable to be here this evening, and so I would stand for a motion, as this public hearing has opened right now, to motion that we continue the public hearing to a certain date certain of September 3rd.
So moved.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Our second public hearing this evening is our fiscal year 2020 budget. Doug, if you could please go down and present to us on this. As Doug gets ready to talk and is making his way down, I would like to just say that when it comes to budget, earlier this evening, we listened to a citizen that was talking about his taxes in the city of Nampa. And many of you were not here at that time, but what I communicated to him is that I am very, very mindful, and I think we all are sitting here because we pay those same taxes, and I totally understand it. Our levy rate is the lowest it's been in 15 years at the conclusion of this budget. And that's due to the growth, the new construction. We need to still continue to have manufacturing and jobs come in because that's what's going to lower our tax rate. As I say that, it's also a reminder that the city of Nampa is the largest full-service city in the state of Idaho. We do and pay for roads, our transportation infrastructure, and stormwater out of our city budget. Ada County does not do that because they have Ada County Highway District. And so within the taxes that our citizens pay, we're actually paying for our roads. We have plans in place and we're looking at how we can deal with that particular issue, but it will be down the road because it's a legislative thing. But just know that we're mindful of that. Another item, and Doug may say this, I can't remember in your notes, but 23% of the city budget is actually paid for by citizen tax dollars. The remaining piece of our budget is paid through state shared revenue, and it's also paid through fees and then grants. So like this year's budget, we are a $20 million budget higher than the original budget for fiscal year 19. But we also have 30 million in wastewater infrastructure that we're doing. And so when you see the budget numbers right now that are considerably higher, it's because, as you all know, we voted for a $165 million wastewater treatment facility upgrade that we needed to do. We're in the midst of that construction. And so our budget varies based on grants that come in, based on the construction work that's being done. So there are different variables that are going to enter into our budget increase over time. But I think it's important to know that 23% of the budget is actually from the taxpayers, and I believe it's 44% of your tax bill actually goes to the city of Nampa. More than 50% of that tax bill goes outside of the city of Nampa to all the various other, stakeholders in your property tax dollar. So as we move through this process of approving the budget, we'll be, anyone is welcome to testify if you have strong feelings. I just want you to know from my perspective as mayor, I am committed to stewardship, and that is making wise decisions and being good stewards of the hard-earned tax dollars of our citizens. And so we're mindful of that. We want to make wise, good decisions for the future. So Doug Racine is our Director of Finance, and Doug is going to speak to us and share a brief overview of budget from his perspective.
Mayor, council members, it's a great, satisfying pleasure to present the budget for the year 2020 for the city of Nampa at $193 million, $169,793 for the year. As the mayor indicated, that is a $21 million increase over the prior year. Some of the most significant changes that are driving that include significant increasing in police staffing, 11 new staff, fire and labor benefits, including 3 new fire department personnel, increased investment in street projects, $2.5 million, increased investment in wastewater, just in the budgetary, $8.6 million. There's more borrowing that the mayor mentioned. That's going to be a big driver of future budgets, is the wastewater project as we go along with that. Sanitation, healthcare costs, these are all costs we've had to budget this year. But in accumulating all this information and working with all the departments, we were able to keep this budget to a very conservative 2% tax increase. Let me scroll down a little bit here. Wanted to get here and point this out. The question was raised earlier or drawn about the high levy rates. At the beginning of the year or at the end of fiscal 2019, the budget included a levy rate of 0.007914464. They need a lot of digits to make sure the calculation works right. Through effective cost controls and through higher valuations of properties, it's estimated that the 2020 fiscal levy rate will be 0.007043070, so significantly lower. We were able to hold the property tax lift to 2% out of the state allowable 3%, and that increase was $798,000 of increased taxes. We did analysis a little earlier to verify that the cost for a 1% increase on an average home was, I believe it was about 68 cents a month for 1%. So 2% is about $1.20 per month per average household in the city of Nampa. So we've tried to keep the cost down in the tax portion. We have included the additional 1% in foregone. That's approximately $396,000 that we did not include in the tax burden. We had new construction and property taxes of $1.4 million. That means that property taxes from brand new construction coming in help support the city, and shared revenue growth, and also increased property taxes from annexation. Let me go down really quickly. One more thing. This graph right here, table, shows the breakdown of the fees and the property taxes that support our city for the coming year. You can see the largest portion, 67 million, is fees for services, water, wastewater, utilities. Property taxes come in second at $44 million. State shared taxes, you can see the total to get to the $193 million. This document is a summary of the budgets. It is available online for anybody who wishes to look at it in its full amount with the additional supporting documentation. But with that brief presentation of the budget, I submit to the council and the mayor for the fiscal year 2020 of $193 million. And open it up to questions.
I don't think there are any questions at this time, so go ahead and have a seat, and we will step into the public testimony portion. This is a public hearing, and actually, we only have one person signed up this evening. Jim, I don't know how to say your last name, Kaluski? Oh, I'm sorry, that was on the other one, excuse me. I'm on the wrong one, so I'm sorry, and you're here, and we postponed that hearing. And I don't blame you, so thank you, and I'm so sorry. Excuse me, I was on the wrong one. Okay, so public hearing 2, we actually don't have anyone signed up to speak on behalf of or against this. So is there anyone here this evening that had wanted to testify or speak on behalf of the budget? Any comments? Okay. So seeing none.
Mayor, are you ready to close?
Uh-huh.
I do want to ask a question to
Okay.
Doug, and it might be Beth. Beth, you're here also. So Beth was, our Einek is our Director of Economics, was kind of enough to get me some figures. From discussion, I know we all as a council have discussed this, but some things come up kind of after the fact. And Valley Ride Transit, mainly to the eastern part of our cities, to Meridian and Boise. So we have agreed, at least from a council standpoint, to okay that full amount of $383,385. I'm concerned, council, that we are now paying.
We did not.
We did not do the full amount. We, based on Council Hogaboom's.
What was the
request.
amount then?
I don't know. It was
78.
like it was 5% less. It was like 378.
Okay, my concern in just scrutinizing it closer is we are paying, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Beth, or whoever the case is, that for our inter-county transport from Kenyon County to Ada County, we are paying Valley Ride approximately $155,000, which is probably about 45% of our total bill to them.
Okay.
Going the other direction, Boise is paying $14,000. Meridian is paying $99,000. Seems like that's a big share. I think as a council, and I don't want to speak for the rest of you, but we want to keep our residents in Nampa. What Beth has found out for us, that we, at least the statistics are back in 2015, but we have over 10,000 residents commuting west at a salary rate of about 6,000 of those, and Beth, correct me again if I'm wrong, 6,000 some are getting a monthly rate of $1,250 is what their pay is. I don't understand with all the help wanted signs in Nampa and so on, why people are going the other way. The other thing is Valley Ride, and we all know that I'm pretty negative about what's happening with our transport system. But Valley Ride is not getting us any statistics other than total numbers, but how many individuals are actually riding those buses from here to there. So my point at this point in time is, council, I'm not in favor of okaying that $155,000 for the Canyon inter-county expense. So in our motion for accepting this budget, I will decline if we okay that amount.
So Darrell, Councilman Brunner, I
Yes.
apologize. I so respect and I understand your concerns, and you know that I respect your concerns
Yeah.
on this. The concern I would have right now would be that without fully understanding what the impact would be to our citizens and transportation from here to their jobs, I would have a huge caution if we made a decision without full information on that tonight.
And my concern, Mayor, I've been here now, this is my 4th year. And so with Valley Ride, we have been asking, not only myself, for 3 years for statistics from them. They get a ton of government grants. A lot of things they do are dependent on our intersections and so on. We're dependent on them. I'm just getting tired of it. And I'm seeing one shake of the head down there. And I totally agree with you, but when's it going to happen?
So I have a question. May I ask legal a question? If we approve the budget, does that mean that we have to move forward with this payment? Or can we make a decision? Because there are times that something's in a budget, but you decide not to go ahead and move forward with that. Are we allowed to do that?
Yes, the appropriations ordinance, which you would act on after the hearing, which is where you would vote, authorizes the expenditure of the funds. It doesn't require it.
So we would be authorizing it, but we actually could. It doesn't require that we go with that. So I think that's an important piece of
That's what I need to know
information.
before I have my vote. And I'm coming into the ballgame late. I understand that, and I apologize for that. But I need to know what my vote's, how it's going to affect, if we are going to be authorized to pay this amount or not.
Authorized but not required. So what my guess is this evening is that because this is not on the agenda, unless, can he put a stipulation on a motion? No. Okay, so it's not an agendized item, so we can't deal with this tonight, but I think we understand what you're saying.
I will probably abstain is what I will do as far as vote. I will announce that now, so.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
fellow council members, Councilman Bruner, I would encourage you, if you're in favor of the rest of the budget, to vote for it, but then I would support you putting this right back on the next agenda, or as soon as we can get the information, to possibly restrict it if your statistics are convincing.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, can I request that right now, to have that on the agenda for the next hearing?
September 3rd.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think
Thanks,
that's
thanks,
wise.
Beth.
Now, as much as possible, I'll be glad to work with Valley Transit to understand and help you interpret the statistics if we can get them.
Okay, well, that's what's been our challenge.
Thank you,
For
Dan.
Mayor,
Yes.
Council, just for legal, there's a lot of things authorized in the budget, like including today on action items that the appropriations are approved on a item-by-item basis. Is that another way where you just have an up or down vote on this line item by itself without, in the appropriations? Or is this just included in Gen Gov, like administrative discretion?
I want to make sure I understand the question, Councilman Hogaboom, that you certainly don't have tonight a vote on line items. You have a vote on the overall budget and the appropriations ordinance, which again authorizes the expenditures. As we've been through in the last year, you oftentimes have a situation depending on where you got employees and don't have employees, you'll have savings in one department and needs in another, and those adjustments can be made as we go. And then you will authorize expenditures at virtually every council meeting in the coming fiscal year. So the actual expenditure of the funds would typically require or could require further council action. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I was just, if there's a set amount and it's a yes or no up and down vote, and I get the feeling Councilman Bruner would be a no vote, unless what you're suggesting is a compromise amount that would be included in what you asked the clerk to put on a future agenda.
Well, as long as we can discuss this and have a vote as a council on the next agenda on this expenditure for Valley Ride of almost $160,000, I'm okay in voting yes as far as for this overall budget. So if I'm guaranteed that from a legal standpoint and from a clerk standpoint, they'll be on the agenda. All right. Good.
So noted, and it will be done on the next council meeting.
Mayor,
Councilman Levi.
a concern, and I appreciate what Councilman Bruner is saying, but once again, when we start playing with the VRT budget, we're looking at crosswalks and pathways and having to pay back federal funds, and so we're going to need to see what the return on investment compared to what we're going to have to pay back, and if there are penalties and interest with that as well.
No, I understand. They have us over the barrel. I understand that to a certain extent for their federal funds. Yeah. But I'm getting tired of it.
We'll do the research, and team, I think we're going to need some help, Jeff, as we prepare for that. So, is there any further discussion on our FY 2020 budget. And we have not closed the public hearing, and so I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any further discussion?
Well, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the 2020 budget as is. And I do agree with Councilman Brunner, and I'll be looking forward to that in September for the 3rd, for the other hearings. So as it stands, I do approve it.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the 2020 budget as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Fellow council members, Madam Mayor, my compliments to all of you and to staff, to Doug for putting this budget together at 2%. That's a heavier lift than maybe people appreciate when our surrounding communities and government entities are taking 3% and then they're going back in history and taking foregone taxes. Moscow, Idaho just did that, and it's killer. My son, who's never been to a council meeting, he lives in Moscow, so he went and he says, hey, our taxes are going way up. That's it. And so he wasn't happy about that, and I was able to explain to him that good old Nampa's doing their part. So thank you all very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
And
And
thank
Bruce-
you, Doug.
And Bruce, thank you for your leadership. Okay, if there's no further discussion, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes, with understanding, yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Item 6.3 on the agenda is also a public hearing, and this is for the council consideration of its authority under Idaho Code 63802.1F to disclaim the right to recover all or any portion of FY 2020's foregone. And we'll start with Doug.
As discussed in the budget, we were able to complete the budget at 2%. The resulting savings was $396,000 that is foregone. The request before the council now is to consider placing that into disclaimed status, which means that it is no longer eligible at any future time to be pulled back into the city budget. I understand the request for that. I would put forth a request that before that decision is made final, we give finance a moment to look at the future city needs. We have a growing fire department, we have wastewater, we have other challenges that are coming, that we give a moment for finance to study and prepare a longer-term analysis of the future needs of the city to determine if that disclaimed value the foregone value should be disclaimed.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Doug, do you know off the top of your head what the current money available on past foregone, not including this 1% is?
Roughly, it's about 4.2 million in foregone that we've accumulated.
That's available.
Right, that is available, yes.
So we're talking about 396 compared to 4 point,
About
whatever.
10% of the total, roughly.
Yeah. Thank you.
That
there
would-
any-
Madam Mayor, that would have been my question, so, and thank you for answering that. 4.3 million, that's a lot of money. And I've worked hard, this is my 6th budget. One year, we didn't increase the budget at all, and I didn't increase it so someone down the road can go back and scoop it, really abusing the people who pay the bills, and that's the taxpayer, when you take foregone. That's a sword I'll die on, even when I'm off council. So I hope council will vote tonight and disclaim the foregone.
Councilman, I do not advocate spending for the sake of spending. I think being conservative is a responsibility and a privilege to do so. But we're also tying the hands of future councils that may need.
That's my intention, and if you want to do that, you get elected. So you're arguing with council, we're going to make the decision.
Oh, yes, you are. My job, as I understand it, and as I try to follow, is to provide financial advice, and that is what I've tried to do.
And if I may, Mayor, I will second what Councilman Skaga said. I have no problem with tying future council people if they're interested in in cities and past council people that want to spend money. I have no problem with tying their hands. Okay.
Mayor,
Okay,
council,
yes.
I would not want to ever use foregone, but I haven't seen long-term analysis, and I do have concerns, so my opinion has shifted over the last couple of weeks. Public Works has given us a long-term 10-year, 15-year plan of budget relative to our budget capacity with meeting and maintaining our level of service, not increasing our level of service. Public Safety has thrown out numbers, but we haven't seen a graph chart of police and fire combined. The other concern I have, if we didn't adopt the impact fees, I would be more inclined to support a motion to reject the foregone taxes because we wouldn't have obligations and a level of service capacity. But by adopting the impact fees, which we adopted, we are collecting fees from new development based on a 10-year capital improvement plan that requires us to meet Gen Gov obligations. I haven't seen a 10-year strategic budget forecast outside of just the streets, which is going to eat up 1% of budget increases each year over, well, for the next 20 years. Public Works brought up the issue of foregone potentially when the GO bond expires. I just want to keep an open mind when we get there in looking at what our budget capacity is and our level of service. I just say all that to say I don't want to get to a point where we can't meet our level of service that we've established in the capital improvement plan within our budget capacity and end up having to return money to developers because we overcollected on impact fees to build the new equipment, the streets, the fire stations. There's a lot of money that's already being collected. So I don't have peace of mind if I vote in opposition to the foregone. It doesn't mean I'm voting to use that money in future years. It's just to leave open the possibility if we get in years 8, 9, 10 of our capital improvement plan to look at our budget capacity, because there's no other mechanism that I'm aware of other than expanding our budget capacity. Those are just some thoughts. I've wrestled with it because I know that fellow council members have strong opinions on this, and I've shared those strong opinions, and we've kept the budget at 2%. We already made a motion to support the budget. There's $400,000 that we did not spend that we could have. The other concern I have, and I know Doug didn't mention this, is 7, 8 of those people that we're hiring are going to be hired halfway through the year. So this year's budget doesn't really fund the full year, and next year we're going to start off a couple $100,000 plus in the hole already. I don't feel good about that. So while we limited this year's budget, what we're pushing into next year is unfunded liabilities and hundreds of thousands of dollars that have to be consumed in our budget capacity. So I just want to look at a long-term plan. I haven't seen one based on growth rates with it relative that gives me absolute peace of mind that we can meet the promise that we made to our city based on the impact fees we're collecting.
And Mayor, let me say, if next year, if whoever's on this council, if we need to do the 3% because we're falling behind, I'm happy to. But once we cut taxes by not going the full 3%, I just do not think it's fair for these folks here and the many out there that we all of a sudden, a council decides to pull that money back in. And yes, I want the research. Doug, you're doing a great job, and any research you can present and educate us with, by all means, I would appreciate that. Thanks.
Mayor Kling, if I could. Doug, would you please get back up, and I have a question for you. So we get a 2% for this year, and let's say something happens, we don't have any money to go find, so then it goes to the foregone taxes. What is the effect it will have on our taxpayers who already basically approved this 2020 budget at 2%?
So the answer is it kind of depends on when you do it. Let's say if you waited to use this until the general obligation bond was paid off, we would be removing a payment that if we replace it with foregone, there would be literally no impact to the taxpayer. They pay the same tax. If we took from foregone before we finished paying off the general obligation bond, then there would be an increase in tax. And as we've discussed, every 1% is about 68 cents a month for the average Meridian or average Nampa homeowner. So it depends on when you do it.
Okay, but you're talking about the gold bonds, and that's not until 2025.
4 years.
In 4 years. But by that time, with all the water, with all the sewer, with everything else going up, that per small percentage actually gets a bigger percentage because we got 275 last year, and I don't remember what it was last year, but I think we were at 275 last year. Now we're at 2, so we're losing some
Yeah.
some cash here, I guess, if you would
We
say.
are, we're reducing the spendable funds.
Right, so now we're going, oh, just a moment, we don't have enough, and now we're going to tax the
Right.
people in Nampa, Idaho again,
Well,
starting right off the bat.
it's, one thing that's clear to the city is we're a very rapidly growing city. And one of the challenges with this year's budget was meeting the needs of the population within the confines of a 2% budget. So we're trying to keep our staffing as low as we can, but still provide services to the city. And as the city grows, the demand for those services grows. And if we do not have the funds to provide those services, we're going to have some tough decisions to make.
Well, and I think one of the questions that I also was wondering is, what about reserves?
Okay, we do have.
Could we use the reserves instead of the
Well,
foregone taxes?
We try to maintain reserves as about 20%, or at least 3 months of operating cash in all circumstances. We're generally better than that with the funds that we have. We can use reserves, but reserves are a one-time option. Once they're done, you've got nothing left. So if we were to enter a period of slow or possibly negative growth, and we lose you remember I showed we had $1.4 million in new property taxes. If that value goes away, if the new growth stops, we lose that money, we'll have a hard time paying for the existing structures, existing services. And then we would be forced to either making cuts or using foregone to meet existing needs. I'm not talking about increasing, just to meet existing needs. So
But-
that you could have a challenge there.
But isn't there that we have approximately $1.5 million coming into new construction costs for next year?
Well,
And that would cover some of that, right?
Well, for the next year, I think we'll probably will have another 1.5 million. Now, in 2019, we had pardon me, we're referring to 2 years ago because 2019 was based on 2018, a
Right.
year in arrears, right? So in 2018, we had $1.5 million, pardon me, $1.4 million in new construction monies. In 2019, we had an additional $1.4 million in construction monies, and we'll probably have a very good amount in 2020. I can't say beyond that. If the economy slows up, there's a time lag between when the economy slows and when the funds start drying up.
Right, but I'm saying that the forecast for use those industrial manufacturing money, I guess, if you will, is good for us, so we wouldn't have to use the foregone.
Well, not necessarily, because the way the budget is built, it's a balanced budget based on our current level of income, and the current level of income includes the new construction monies. If the new construction monies dry up, we've got to cut something back because it's a balanced budget right now.
Right,
Yeah.
I agree.
So I just so that people know what my opinion is on this, we have had some letters, and the Idaho Freedom Foundation, I don't know if they're speaking tonight, had sent us a letter and encouraging the city council to go ahead and disclaim foregone. The concern I have, and Councilman Hogaboam mentioned it, I think disclaiming foregone could create an unnecessary hardship, and this is something I communicated to in response to this letter, hardship for future councils and administration in the event that utilizing those funds could actually be more fiscally sound than to take care of an emergent need. For example, when we pay off the loan in 2024, that's $2.4 million that's going off to pay a bond. When that bond is paid off, Streets actually had a proposal to put money, that money, but it would be the foregone, into our streets to figure out how to fund our streets. It would not impact the taxpayers. It would not raise your taxes. In fact, your taxes would probably be lower still, but we would have cared for our streets. We have the same thing happening in 2030 and 2031. We have two bonds that are going to get paid off. The money going into urban renewal today to pay those bonds off will be done. That's going to put money back into our city budget. But if our foregone is gone, citizens may say, why aren't you fixing our streets? Why aren't you providing for police and fire? We have a fire station that we have needed for 10 years, and actually we could have funded almost a good portion of the staffing for that this year. We didn't do it. But that would have cost 68 cents a month. And I tell you, for the people that live out there, they would pay 68 cents a month to get fire. And I think that those are things that we need to be considering. My concern is that we need to trust you, the voters, to be electing people. Elect the people to sit on council that are going to make wise decisions and that are going to protect you. It concerns me today for this council to tell a future council, no, you can never do that. We're going to tie your hands, and we're not going to give you any opportunity to make decisions that are in the best interest of our city. I think we need to trust our voters to elect the right people and make those decisions. That's why, until just 2 years ago, our state statute allowed foregone to accumulate. And it's so that if there was a need. And I just have to trust that we've got smart citizens that are going to elect the right people and that we make wise decisions in the future and we don't tie the council's hands, because we do have bonds that are going to be paid off. It's going to free up dollars. But if we can put this money towards streets or public safety that we desperately need, I think we need the option to be able to do it. And I'm committed, as long as I'm mayor, those decisions and questions are going to come back to the public. We're going to have a public hearing and we're going to talk about it and we're going to get the input, because that's what public hearings are for.
And Mayor, may I say, just as long, and this is just not browning up, that this mayor, I have total confidence as long as she's in office, she's going to be fiscally responsible. It's still, as I repeat, my concern is the next mayor, we have trust in the citizens, but guess what? We have a lot of folks moving into this area that aren't necessarily as conservative as our heritage. So that's the concern. So as long as you're in office, in this council, I feel good, but I'm sorry.
No.
I wish I could count on it, but I see things going in other cities, Boise, other cities that are happening, and that certainly wasn't the case 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor
Thank you.
Kling.
Yes.
I'll share my thoughts as well, and I appreciate you sharing yours. I don't agree with all that you've said. Obviously, we've had this conversation before. I don't feel bad about restricting the use of what we're saving this year, because that keeps it in the citizens' pockets. They can roll that through the economy. I think that there's a value that by leaving it with them is something that we'll all benefit from as well, that rollover effect. But 5 years ago, when Bruce and I were both elected to office, urban renewal spending was out of control. Our levy rate was on an incline, sharp incline up. In 5 years, we've seen a dramatic difference in that because of fiscal responsibility. I believe that I was elected to represent the community in that regard. So just because I have a differing opinion, I hope that you don't think that I'm the wrong person to be sitting here. Because I think what I need to be doing is trying to protect the pocketbooks as much as the well-being of the citizens of Nampa. But by foregoing or basically protecting this 1% this year, knowing that we still have 4.4 million available, and being on the Napa Development Corporation, I know that the first bond will be paid off early. That those tax dollars will roll into the city, and that will be in the next Beth, help me, is it 4 years or 5? It's going to be in a short amount of time. We'll be able to prepay that down. So that's an effort on the part of the Napa Development Corporation, again, to be fiscally responsible, trying to make the most out of the dollars that we have received, still having dollars available for economic growth, but trying to maintain paying down that loan so we can sunset it quickly. Is it 4 years?
Mayor and Council, just as correction, I guess, on the bonds for NDC, the revenues that NDC receives will not come back to the city until the district completely sunsets, which would be at the end of all bond payments and all debt obligations
2030
at that
something.
point. So 2031 is the hard end date.
When can we start prepaying the second loan down?
2024 is when the second one can begin prepayments.
So we can start paying ahead on it as well. So it could be sooner, obviously, than 2031. So it won't be in direct correlation with the GO bonds going away, but we know that's out there and is going to be available, and the tax dollars available to the city will be significant. I support the idea of protecting the foregone. I just, as a matter of, I think, just my personal belief, and by trying to work hard to work within a budget and then saying next year and the year beyond, councils do likewise, is what the message I want to send. Not that we're trying to restrict anybody, but be fiscally responsible, work hard, because that's what this council should be doing, and not just skirting along. We want to make sure that we are making the best decisions for our citizens.
I appreciate that, and I agree, Councilman Haverfield. And I would like to say thank you to Councilman Haverfield and Councilman Bruner that sit on NDC. We really appreciate your focus on paying those down as quickly as possible, because actually all of our citizens are going to benefit when we can sunset that urban renewal district. So that is wonderful. So thank you very much. So this is a public hearing, and so we'll have the opportunity to discuss a little bit further, because our public hearing is right here. You know what I will say is that I so appreciate this council, because we don't always agree, but we respect each other. And that's a good council, when we can not always agree, but we can respect each other in our positions. So I greatly appreciate that and value that. I believe in seeing Councilwoman, thank you, Sandy, Levi. It's easier for me to do first names. Did you want to say something before we move into public hearing?
No, I'd like to hear the public first.
You'll hear that, okay. So we have 2 people signed up, and then if anyone did not get signed up that would like to share after you've listened to our lengthy discussions, you would be welcome to, but we'll start with Jerry Boyce. Jerry, are you here? And Jerry, it's exactly what you did earlier. Go ahead and restate your name and your address, and you'll have the 3.
My name is Jerry Boyce. I live at 3400 Brennan Drive, Nampa, Idaho. I would like to reiterate some of the things I said earlier. The cold hard facts in my own personal world as a small business owner is I have been paying a straight anywhere between $800 to $1,000 a year, not 68 cents a month, increase in my property taxes. In my rentals, the ones I own in the city of Meridian, I pay a month and a half worth of rent in property taxes. In the city of Nampa, I pay 3 months' rent to cover the property taxes. Any foregone offends me as a citizen in this town. If this has to be done, then we need to be able to vote for tax increases. It needs to happen at that point when that happens. As a small businessman, when the recession hit, I had to cut my costs. I had to cut my budgets the same as any city or any municipality should do. They shouldn't be able to draw back on past tax revenues that have already been settled in the past, in my opinion. I've been sitting here shaking, listening to some of this testimony. And I really, really would hope that you guys take some of this opinion to heart. I imagine there are others here that feel the same way. And that's really all I have to say in that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hubert Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Hubert Osborne. I reside at 4199 East Switzer Way here in the great state of Nampa. I'm glad we're going to get to public hearing. I've heard some opinions here. Mr. Hogaboom, I think what you're suggesting is a form of elder abuse. You're putting my house in double jeopardy by wanting to have the foregone for the next must-have item on the budget. There's always decisions that have to be made on what is important, what is a must, what is a need, and you don't need to tax me twice. I do appreciate the work that went into the 2% limit on the property tax. I just wish we could have a 3% limit on everything else that you're raising the fees on. And I do think maybe if it isn't property tax, it possibly is not scrutinized as much as property taxes are, because that hits every property owner. I would note that for the month ending May 2019, the city has $85,720,000 in bank accounts. And of that amount, 73 million is in investment accounts, which indicates you don't need it tomorrow. Really? Do you need that 300,000? In Idaho code, the city has the right to shift money between funds. It's a very blanket statement. You can do that. And legal would have to rule on this, but I would think that includes enterprise funds too. As I started to state earlier, I will feel more abused if you do not pass this resolution. And you can believe that as a voter with 3 councilmen up for voting, I'm going to consider how they vote on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Hubert. Is there anyone else? Those are the only 2 people that I had signed up. And so I'd like to ask, is there anybody here this evening that would like to testify on behalf of, in support or opposition to this particular public hearing, which is about the ability to disclaim foregone? Yes, come. Okay, thank you. So noted. Is there anyone else? I have to say, we greatly appreciate hearing from citizens. So thank you. Okay, so if there's no one else that would like to testify, I know that there may be a further question for Doug, but even if we close public hearing, we could do that, correct? Okay, so I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council discussion.
I'd like an opportunity just to respond to a couple of things that were said, just because I think there's a lot of, there's been some misconception in the public. For one, it's not a double tax. If you've seen in the budget process that we're not spending based on our statute. The statute limits our increase at 3%, regardless of how fast we're growing. We're experiencing unprecedented growth in our community. It doesn't matter how fast we're growing, our budget capacity is limited. We did do a good job at saying it too, but again, we're pushing some money into next year's budget to start in a hole. I am not voting to spend the foregone money. I just want to be clear. The $396,000 that we're not spending this year, if in a future year there was an emergency and there wasn't money in the reserves and it was an absolute dire situation, that money would be on the table for a future council to discuss and for a public hearing to occur where the public can show up and speak their voice about that matter. It is not going back and collecting $396,000 from year 2019 and year 2020. So if 10 years from now we decided to increase the budget by $396,000 for that budget year, it is not going back over a decade and collecting $396,000 every year for the past decade. There's some people who thought that. They thought that you're actually going back and you're taxing twice or you're collecting back taxes. What you're doing is you're increasing the budget capacity for that fiscal year beyond what the statute limit is. I don't know how much more we're going to grow. We're growing at a rapid rate, and we adopted these capital improvement plans that obligate us to maintain a level of service, and I don't want to compromise that. I don't want to have to send money back that we've collected from impact fees because we weren't able to meet our Gen Gov obligation. So I just want to be clear. I am not voting to spend the $4.3 million in future years. I want a future council to make hard decisions based on the facts that are in front of them at that moment. So,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Is there, yes?
Sorry. Fellow council members, the nature of government is to spend more, kind of like a leech. It's available, they can go get it. When hard times come, the taxpayer, me, you, we're going to need the money more than government. That's where I'd rather see it stay in the pocketbook of the taxpayer. The proposal by Streets to take foregone in the future when the bond levy goes off on Garrity, the GO bonds, was $500,000, not 4.3 million. We have 4.3 million plus available, which I hope you never, ever take in the future. So with that, I'll make the motion that we disclaim the foregone from this budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. I first want to say that I appreciate the discussion from all the council members and the insight that they bring. And with Councilman Hogaboam, I've also given thought to the impact fees and also going into next year's budget session already kind of in a deficit, so to speak. As an elected official, I have been elected to be your voice, and I want to be your voice, and I also need to be protecting the taxpayer. At the same time, I have to balance that with the fact that I'm responsible to be taking care of the assets of the city and how do I care for those things, as well as provide services for the taxpayers. In my own life, setting a budget, I spend what I have, I tell it where it's going to go. I do not spend what I do not have, I do not spend with projections in mind. And if I don't have it, I have to make cuts. I have to do without. My kids have understood that, I've understood that as well. And I hope that our city is going to understand that at some point when Doug kindly brings us forward brings the forecast forward to us, that there are probably going to be areas as a city that we are going to have to make some cuts. It's going to affect our taxpayers. We're not going to like it, but in the end, you're going to have to decide, do you want to have to pay more in property taxes? The other thing I would encourage those of you in the audience tonight and those of you listening via live stream, as the mayor said and Doug also said, 23% of your tax bill is what's going to Nampa from property taxes. So that tells me there are other entities that you're paying for through your taxes that you need to be going to their public hearings as well and letting their leaders know what you think, what you want, and what you don't want. And with that, I'm just going to say that I am going to support Councilman Scogg's motion, and I appreciate your time and listening to what I have to say.
I promise this will be real quick. I forgot to respond to Mr. Osborne. I've lobbied, and I encourage the audience to lobby the state legislature. I've lobbied hard with my legislators to increase the homeowners exemption. I just want everyone to understand that's a state legislative action, not our action. I want the homeowner exemption to go up. I also have lobbied our legislators to create a tax freeze for seniors at the age of 62. If you remain in that same home till you die, that your property taxes do not go up 1 penny until that home is sold or you pass on. That's something similar in California. I know we like to rag on California, but they passed a proposition to protect their seniors. It benefited my grandparents who bought a starter level home in California, and my grandpa was a World War II vet, just a working middle class guy. He couldn't afford his property taxes, and California provided some protection to freeze his taxes as long as he stayed in his home. And so I just want to appeal to you that we have to set budgets for hard costs tied to what we're doing. Some of these other dynamics are not totally tied to our actions as a council. So I just throw those two things out there. Write your state legislators and throw out those ideas to increase the homeowner exemption, as well as the idea of providing a freeze for property tax increases for seniors so long as you stay in your home. I've been fighting for that. I'm not in the state legislature, so I just tell the legislators and write them. But they will next year, I think, take up legislation to increase the homeowners exemption, and I am a strong proponent of that, and I hope they provide more protection for your homeowners taxes. I just want to add that. So hopefully not quite as cruel as elder abuse. I hope my friend Hubert, we'll have a McDonald's coffee later and have a friendly chat about some of these things. I appreciate his admonition to us as a council, and I thank you for the tone of the discussion on council and mayor.
Make sure you buy.
Yes, I'll buy the coffee, yes.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Over the last 2 weeks, I have studied and researched this foregone issue. And I even went out to the community and talked to different people of different incomes. But mostly, those especially that would be affected by these would be seniors, and of which I am one, on a fixed income. Now, I do believe that our city is well run. I think Mayor Kling is is doing a heck of a job for all the time she spends, and a conservative job at that. Our council is the same way. We spend a lot of time in the community talking and presenting the city of who we are and what we do. But the top topic that I have always talked about and who I've received the responses is taxes. And that's a tough one. We've heard it tonight, but you know what? We've heard it all year. We've heard it for the last year and a half when we took office. So I've got to go with what I believe is best. And if it comes down to the nitty-gritty where we don't have enough to pay enough, then we got to cut enough. That's just simple as that. That's just plain simple math. So I'm going to support Councilman Scogg's motion.
So I think we've had a robust discussion this evening, and I know that we have a number of people here ready for us to move on into other public hearings.
Amen.
And so thank you for all the comments, and unless there's further discussion, how about if we go to roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
No.
Levi?
Yes?
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Okay, so we are ready for item 6.4 on the agenda. This is a zoning map amendment from community business to light industrial for 2.92 acres for the Midway subdivision at 2806 Langdon Lane. And this is for Thiel and Thiel LLC. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval. And is the applicant with us this evening? Thank you. Go ahead and come up and state your name and address and tell us a little bit about what you're working on.
Lucas Hanson, 4114 Delson Lane, Caldwell. This should be pretty easy. We're just doing a rezone from business commercial to light industrial for some flex properties for Thiel and Thiel. They own Idaho Tractor. It's just a piece of property behind their business that they want to use for some more income for the city of Nampa. So that's basically it. It's just going to be a prefab metal building. He's going to have 3 separate businesses in the building, flex property, warehouse in the back, business or office space in the front. Pretty easy stuff.
Okay. So council, do you have, did you say it's Louis?
Lucas.
Lucas, I'm sorry, Lucas. Council, do you have any questions for Lucas right now? Okay, so Lucas, as we step into, we'll have a staff report, then we'll have public hearing, and then we're going to come back to you after you listen to public hearing to see if there's any further questions that we have for you or from any of the comments.
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, so Norm.
Yes, the request as stated is a rezone from BC to IL. A good portion of the property is already zoned light industrial, or a piece of it, and they are seeking to basically rezone the balance from BC to commercial, or to light industrial, excuse me. Total area of this property is 2.92 acres. Again, the northern 1/4 is light industrial, the southern BC. The idea is to rezone the southern portion, same as the northern portion, to light industrial. And again, there are utilities available to the area, and the access would be from the west side of the parcel off of Landon Lane. And the findings that would be required or suggested here in this case, we've listed in the staff report the justification for the rezone and why it would be appropriate in this instance. And again, that's pretty much this action requested is the rezone of the balance of that property to light industrial. There were no property owners or adjacent residents or business owners that indicated any opposition or support for this rezone. Yeah, any questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
Would you mind, Norm, refreshing my mind? What are the uses under light industrial?
Light industrial is quite a broad range of uses. Just refer you to the ordinance that indicates those in the permitted use table, but it's, what they're talking about is flex space, which would be, could be used for a number of different uses.
Yeah, I
Some
saw
would
flex
require-
space and I was
some-
trying to-
Some would require conditional use permit if you're getting into, actually, light industrial allows most industrial uses except salvage yards and those kind of things, which are only allowed by conditional use permit in heavy industrial zones. So, pretty much the full range of light industrial uses as listed in the code, plus some commercial-like uses are also allowed in the light industrial.
Are there any other questions for Norm?
Bless you.
Thank you, Norm. So this is a public hearing, and we just have one other person signed up to testify, and it is Steel National? Is that right? That's you. Okay. So do you have anything else you'd like to share? Okay. We did not have anyone signed up in opposition. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on behalf of this particular application? Okay, seeing none. Lucas, do you have any further comments? Okay, council, do we have any further questions? Okay, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
This seems to be pretty straightforward. I would make the motion to approve the action item as presented to us.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi? Stogg?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
That was easy. Okay, thank you. Item 6.5 on the agenda. This is an annexation and zoning to suburban residential for 2.30 acres or 100,188 square feet located at 1460 Lake Lowell Avenue for a portion of the southwest quarter, the southeast quarter of Section 30 for Jared and Melissa Lindsay for a 2-acre parcel. Is the applicant here? Hi. Go ahead and come forward and restate your name and your address, please.
My name is Jared Lindsay. Address is 11460 Lake Lowell Avenue, Nampa.
Thank you. So tell us what you're working on.
Okay, so right now, we live at this property in a home, and it's about 2.3 acres. And we would like to split it pretty close to in half and get a second building lot that would be on the east side of the property.
Wonderful. So council, do we have any questions for Jared at this time? So Jared, as you heard us say earlier, because it is a public hearing, we'll give staff an opportunity to present. We'll open the public hearing, and then if there are any questions, we'll have you come back and give the opportunity to speak again.
Mayor Kling?
Oh, we're done. Well, thank you. Yes,
One
Randy?
quick question for you. Have you read the recommendation, the conditions of approval that staff has put on this?
Yes.
You don't have any issues with them, ma'am? Thank you.
Good question, Randy. Thank you. Okay, staff report. Rodney?
Mayor and council, for the record, Rodney Ashby, principal planner for the city. Skip over that just quickly. The comp plan designation shown here, hard to see, but in a low-density residential area near, fairly near Lake Lowell. A little bit closer view here. You can see it's near an employment center. The zoning is actually in the county right now, so there's no zoning listed on the county zoning map. A little bit closer view here, it's an enclave property. To the north is an enclave residential property. To the south is Carriage Hill. To the east is Deer Flat Canal and some farmland. It's actually zoned RD. And to the west is farmland zoned RS 8.5 right now. There are utilities in the area. Access is actually, let me point that out, off of a private driveway to the west of the property, so it would still need to be accessed from that private driveway back to this side of the property. Here's here's what they plan to develop. A little bit better view there. They'll need to access it from here back to this property to develop. Planning and zoning recommended approval. We've had very limited correspondence. The City of Nampa Engineering Division listed their conditions in the staff report. I've listed them. I won't go over those again, except for the fact that they've requested the dedication of the 40 feet of right-of-way, which was listed in the conditions and agreed to by the applicant. And then the access would not be off of Lake Lowell. Boise Project Board of Controls just said that they have some water rights on the property, and that those water rights that continue, the water that flows through the property would continue to be needed through the development process, so no restrictions to that water will occur. Recommended findings are listed here, and staff recommended conditions are listed in your staff report and as indicated from engineering. And with that, I stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Rodney? I see none. Thank you. So this is a public hearing, and actually, we don't have anyone outside of Jared that has signed up to testify in support and no one in opposition. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on behalf of this particular agenda item? Seeing none. Jared, do you have any additional comments after the staff report that you would like to speak to? No. And council, do you have any questions for the applicant or for staff? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to allow the annexation and zoning to RA as presented to us in the staff report,
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is
with
there any-
conditions of approval.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Yes. Is there any, it's been moved and seconded, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
So we are ready for item 6.6 on the agenda. And let's see. This is a modification of an annexation and zoning commercial and residential development agreement between Centennial Development LLC and the City of Nampa. This was originally recorded on June 1 of 2006 as instrument number 200642352, which was amending Exhibit B conceptual plan, changing the BC zoned area use from conceptual commercial office plan to a public storage facility plan, and amending the commercial development agreement to apply only to the 13.34 acre BC zone area situated in the portion of lots 15 and 16 of Cortland Place, located on the southeast corner of the southeast quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 2. This is at the northwest corner of 11th Avenue North and Cherry Lane for Jeff Likes. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend denial on this particular action item. Is the applicant present this evening? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Would you like to come forward? And thank you for stating your name and address.
Jeff Likes, 1119 East State Street, Eagle, Idaho. And Madam Mayor and Council, we appreciate you hearing us tonight. We know we were here a month and a half or so ago in front of Planning and Zoning, and we understand we were there. They recommended denial, probably based on a few things. Original site, and I think Christie will go over it too in her report. The original site was 13 acres, which we included storage for the entire site. Do you have that revised plan or old plan? Yeah, there you go. So the old plan there is in the lower right-hand corner, which was all storage units, which was a complete kind of revamp of the development agreement, which was approved in, I think, 2006. We heard the concerns of planning and zoning and of the neighbors, and we feel we redid a plan after working with staff and kind of talking to them, showed them the new plan there. It's upper right-hand corner. We've scaled back the storage units, mainly going to be for RV storage. And then we've also put back in some commercial development, which goes more in line with the original development agreement and probably more in line with what I believe planning and zoning and the neighbors were more concerned about. We do want to point out that we did hear the concerns of the neighbors about the landscaping and screening, mainly on the, what future will be the north, and is the west side of the site. We do have enhanced landscaping there and larger setbacks. We're 20-foot setback there on both the north and the south. We do have a larger right-of-way take and a 20-foot setback on the south, which is Cherry, and along 11th there also. Updated landscaping there too to help screen the storage unit and back. And so we understand that there's a couple options that we have if for you guys to do, is to recommend this to go back to P&Z. That's okay. We would love for you guys to approve us tonight based on this revised plan, keeping it more in line with, I believe, what was originally the idea of this corner. And we'll stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling. He basically stated my concern. I'm just wondering why this isn't remanded back to planning and zoning for approval before it comes back before us. If they haven't had a chance to look at this, I would feel more comfortable if they had a chance to review it and then present it back to us. But that's just my personal feelings, and I thank you for making that thought known.
Yeah, and Commissioner Haberfield, we can, we heard the concerns, right? And so it was already getting pushed on to City Council, and so we went back, revised the plan so you guys at least could see it. Either give an opinion or push us back to back to P&Z.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, I would also concur with what Councilman Haberfield has said. It needs to go back to P&Z before we make a decision.
I will third that. I don't want to render an opinion just out of respect for due process. I think the adjustments you made to the plan need to be seen by P&Z. I would weigh heavily what the recommendation is and then the input from the public at that hearing before it comes back to us. So that would be my preference.
I would agree with that, too.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, and so I think we need to give the people that are here that have signed up to testify, but first we have a staff report. So, Mr. Likes, thank you so much. We will come back as part of the public hearing if we have further questions. Thank you. Christy, thank you for providing a staff report.
Bet. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, planner for the City of Nampa. This is a lot of information for you guys to look at, and I'm sure you've read through your staff report. It's a little bit to absorb just because of the dates in which this all came about. The intent for this development agreement modification is to remove the 13.34 acre commercially zoned property from the DA that includes the subdivision to the north, and to regulate the BC zoned portion of the property on its own merits. The property is currently zoned BC and is surrounded by county and city residentially zoned properties. The comprehensive plan for today calls for medium density residential, as you can see from these maps here. It's the northern area of Nampa, I'm sure you guys are familiar with, is mostly residentially zoned and is continuing to grow and develop in residential subdivisions. The current future land use map calls for medium density residential for this property, but there's a lot of community and residential mixed use, high density residential, and business park designations in that area. So historically speaking, this property was annexed under the regulation of the 2004 comprehensive plan. At that time, there was a neighborhood center designation adjacent to the property, and the principles for that designation were applied to this property for the mixed use portion, the residential subdivision, and light commercial area. So that would be that dotted line right there is the neighborhood center. And it was just stretched a little bit to include that corner. On the map, a neighborhood center is labeled as encourages residential and light commercial use. I won't take the time to read the comp plan analysis to you, as you had that in your staff report. But it says that it was identified in 6 different areas of the city to have a neighborhood center. This would be a development node for community activity that will foster neighborhoods and discourage commercial strip development. The neighborhood center designation was intended to encourage a blend of types, small-scale commercial, office, public uses, residential, et cetera. It's typically defined as a transition zone. Coming before you on Monday, of course, is all of the information that we're going to be talking about in 10-119. So we'll be talking about design review codes and those kinds of things. So upcoming code changes that will impact this would be the appearance of the structures, location, setbacks, landscaping, and allowability by CUP in certain zoning districts. Should you approve
I'm
this?
sorry, can you go back one slide real quick?
Oh, absolutely.
This is what's going to come back before us?
On Monday, yes.
Okay. This was based on the moratorium, the feedback? Is that what
That's
you're referring to?
correct.
Okay, all right.
Yes, that's correct. So if you choose to approve this particular request this evening, because it was applied for prior to the moratorium being enacted, the DA approval would then act as the CUP on this property, and it would go forward without having to come back before you again to be permitted. So in the findings of fact in this case, P&Z recommended denial because of concerns about compatibility, compliance with the intent of the 2004 comprehensive plan, and location of the subject property on that corner. Those are both arterials, 11th and Cherry. The zoning conforms to the comprehensive plan, which was in place in 2004, but does not conform to the intent for the area today. The layout of the site has been revised since the P&Z meeting to include a mix of uses more in line with the original proposed neighborhood center intended. The proposed office buildings line the frontage around the corner on 11th Avenue and Cherry with allowance for the future roundabout that would go in right about there. So they've put parking in there so they can expand that when the time comes. This layout decreases the size of the storage unit facility to 8.8 acres and increases the setback and landscaped areas along the north and west and south boundaries.
Christy, could I ask you to pause? When you, a minute ago, you just talked about what the future land use map is recommending versus what it is today. Can you go back and restate that?
Yes.
So what is being recommended?
So in the future land use map today, in today's comprehensive plan, it is for medium density residential. So this property is already zoned BC based on the 2004 neighborhood center designation.
What are we moving to, though?
It's going to stay BC.
It's going to stay BC. So what it is currently zoned is actually what it is recommended in the future is residential, medium density residential in BC?
Well, so in 2004, it was a mix
Right.
of commercial and residential. Today, it just says medium density residential.
Okay.
So we have to look at kind of what the intention was previously and then maybe what the change of mind might have been later down the road. Likely will not be requested to be rezoned to a residential zone, I wouldn't suspect.
So around this location in the future, not just here, but around there, is that going to be medium density residential?
A lot of it is. So you'll notice right here is community mixed use. All of this orange is medium density residential. This is community mixed use. This is high density residential. And this is business park.
That immediately surrounding is medium density residential? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, Council, Chrissy, can you back up? You said something earlier, the CP would just, did I hear you right? It would just go to P&Z and not come before us? Or did I
No,
mishear you?
actually, the DA would, if you guys go ahead and approve that tonight, the development agreement would serve as the conditional use permit, and they would not be required to come and get one, should we decide later that a CUP would be required in a BC zone.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, let's see, we'll move past some of that. Okay, so the request is to replace the concept plan of the original development agreement with new elevations, enhanced landscaping, and site plans. It is located in a BC zone, so design review will be required. Water is available on the southwest corner of Cherry and 11th, but sewer and irrigation are not readily available to this property, and no other comments were received prior to this hearing. So based on the findings of fact, these are the optional motions for you to consider this evening. The goal would be for you to consider the changes that have been made to the site plan and either choose to approve or deny the new layout or remand it back to planning and zoning. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
The options are approval, denial, or remand back. So remand back leaves the public hearing open.
No, it
We
actually.
close the public hearing.
We close it and send
If
it
we were
back.
to send it back to P and Z, it's not with a denial or, okay, so it's just a remand.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
just clarification if you might. So residential surrounding the area, so we could potentially have a commercial sign sitting in the middle of a residential area.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Christie?
Just on following up on that note, is some of that zoning strategic to try to limit trips designed for commerce-related events, amenities for people who live in a residential neighborhood?
So initially with the neighborhood center, that was the goal, was to make it so that there would be a little bit more light commercial retail uses that would be available to those residences to keep them within walking distance. It was intended to be a little more transit-oriented, maybe some employment opportunities, that kind of thing. I do not know what the conversation was around employment centers when they redid the comprehensive plan that we have now, or why that particular area went away. I don't have a history on that, so.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay. Christie, thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, and we do have some people signed up to testify this evening. I don't have anyone signed up in support of. I do have some people signed up in opposition to. The first person is Donald Batsey. And thank you for coming forward and restating your name and your address. And you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. First, Donald Botsey, 7354 Alpine Drive, Napa, Idaho. I'm kind of shocked here. I feel like we've just had an end run on what happened. I don't think it's correct that he could change the game in mid-path. I think that this should be a residential area. I think it should stay a residential area. You know, I have all the things that I said to the Planning Commission once already, and it's basically, this is a safety problem. This is the worst intersection in your city. You know, we put up new flashing lights and different stop signs and stuff, and people are still playing destruction derby at this corner. We gotta worry about that. We can't put this in here. We should put homes in there, and if you wanna go someplace else, within a mile, I can go get a taco or something else. I don't need this intruding and embedding a storage area of all things in a residential area. You know, if you want to build a storage area, go down by the beet factory and build all the storage ones you want, not in the middle of my residential area. It's going to lower my property value. It's going to make it less safe for me to get in and out of my property, and it's just wrong. I think you should deny it and tell them to go find another piece of property and build houses there. You're going to make more tax dollars from those houses than you will for a couple lousy sheds hiding some RVs that we don't want to have in our backyard. I mean, let's think about this. We're embedding a storage area into a residential area. Forget that. We got 20-some storage areas already in the city. We got excess capacity in those storage areas. We got better places to build storage areas. We don't need an end run and stuff that we didn't talk about a month ago in here just so we can have something else to say, so we can go back and have another try at the Planning Commission. They got better things to do than to do this over and over. Deny this. Send them someplace else, please.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Is Audrey here? Yes. Audrey, I'm going to let you announce your last name as you come. Go ahead and come forward and tell us your name and your address.
I'm Audrey Shalapia, and I live at 7161 Cherry Lane. I've lived there since 1966, so my children grew up there. And I, like Mr. Butsy, I think that a storage unit would not be the best use of that property across from me. And I looked at the revised plan, and I see that there are 2 entrances to that unit. And that would be more congestion where people don't even drive 45 miles an hour as they are supposed to. Because there will be an entrance in the revised plan right in front of my house, and then down on the corner where all the accidents happen. So I really do think that that is not the best use of that property. And then on the other item that I wanted to talk about was when we were here a month ago, the gentleman said that there would be motion lights, and he said it would only be open 8 to 7 or 7 to 7, whatever it was. But if they have motion lights and everybody has an access code to get into it, that would be 24/7. So I feel that that is another objection to that, especially for us who might want to sleep sometime. I think that is the best that I can tell you my objections, because the 2 entrances would just be terrible. That would just be more accidents on that street. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Sarah Hart. And thank you for restating your name and your address.
Sarah Hart, residing at 7326 Alpine Drive. I'm in support of the comments that have been made by my neighbors as well. The only additional items that I would add to it is, in reviewing the 2017 Idaho State Police Report, 8% of the burglaries were at storage unit facilities. So bringing that into a neighborhood residential area brings in a burglary element that's close to my home. So that's one of the concerns that I have, along with the traffic. A 20-foot setback on a road that's already prone to daily accidents is very insufficient. That road already needs expansion or a full-time light to address the traffic issues. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. And Beverly. And Beverly, thank you for stating your name and address. And I'll let you state your last name so I don't mess it up.
Beverly Miguel, 7238 Latigo Drive in Nampa. Thank you all for listening to all of our public. I thought for a minute you weren't going to let us speak after we'd been sitting here for so long. I spoke at the Planning and Zoning Committee, and I was really excited when they recommended denial. I left feeling excited about that. They listened to what we had to say. I agree with all my neighbors. Things that I talked about before, the quality of life on that street. What is to stop them? When they talked before, they said they would only be open during the day. But what is to stop them from going 24 hours when they say, oh, this is what our customers have requested? Once they're in, I doubt that you could do anything about that. And so I'm concerned with the outdoor lighting hitting on my bedroom window so that I'm not able to sleep. It really bothers me a great deal that this would be right outside my bedroom. The traffic problems we've talked about are really bad. I saw the proposed changes this afternoon, and I was shocked to see them because it's like I didn't expect to see that would happen. But I did look at it, and I saw about the future roundabout, and I wondered when that might happen, because Mr. Badger at the meeting said that the next step would be a 4-way stop, and I wondered what happened to that idea. The open storage that they have in the middle where they used to have multiple, hundreds of units, what is to stop them from coming back and changing and putting in all those units that now they're saying, oh, it's just open storage? Would they have to come back to you to give approval for that, or once they're in, and it's like too bad for all the people who are living there? I'm very concerned about this lowering our property taxes. We have nice big acreage, and we've got between 2 and 3 acres, and so we bought there wanting a certain way of life, and now that's being taken away from us, and it's very upsetting to both my husband and myself. And so we are still opposed, and thank you so much for listening to us.
Mayor, if I just may ask, so would you be okay with medium residence there as far as building?
Yes.
Okay. So even though the traffic and all the cars, you would still be okay with that?
Yes, because I understand that you're going to fix the traffic by either having a four-way stop or a roundabout. So something's going to be done with that area, but I don't know how long that's going to be into the future. And
Okay.
if this building is built years before that happens, then, more people are going to get hurt and die.
Thanks.
So I believe we've got a four-way stop coming right away, correct? And that is the short-term solution. Long-term, we would be moving to either a roundabout or a signal, but the very first immediate resolution to the accidents is a four-way stop. And I'm not sure, Daniel, when is that going to be done?
Mayor, Council, we brought that before you at the last council meeting. You guys authorized the installation of that. It's in the street department's work plan. I don't have a specific date of when those signs will be put up. We typically want to have some notice signs ahead of time to make sure people are aware that change is happening, so that we try to mitigate additional accidents caused by the change.
And then the long-term plan is a roundabout in that area, but that, I don't remember the dates for that. How far down the road is that, do you think?
That's not currently in the plan.
Okay.
We're looking at grant
Perfect.
opportunities potentially, or other things of that nature in the future.
And recognizing that we have several other roundabouts programmed before this, in that it's not in the plan, it'll be a four-way stop for a while. But that is on the radar. Thank you so much. So we have one other person signed up, and that is Michael Tolman.
Thank you. Michael Tolman, 7448 Alpine Drive. I agree with everything else that's been said, not as passionately as Mr. Batsey, but still agree with him. I would just like to add that most of the teenage drivers that go to Ridgeview High School run through that intersection. In the mornings and in the evenings, the intersections around that area are backed up over half a mile. Nobody can get anywhere. The kids can't get to school, the kids can't get home to school from school, and it's turning into a pretty big nightmare in that area. So adding a storage unit would just increase that traffic and make it more of a problem. The medium-density housing is not going to help that problem, but a roundabout will, so I hope that would be expedited if that ever comes before you, because that's greatly needed. And then also the area of northern Nampa is really, it's good. It's getting more beautiful. It's getting, people like to be there. And if we can add to that any way we can, it would be better than a storage unit right in the middle of it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So that is the last person that I have signed up to speak this evening. Is there anyone else here that had intended to sign up on this topic, on this particular one? Yes. So go ahead and come forward and state your name and address, and if you're in support of or in opposition to.
My name is Laurel Buxton. I live at 322 South Middle Creek Drive, Nampa, actually the other side of town. I'm in opposition only for the fact that I want to support these people in their opposition. We just, got a storage unit in the middle of a residential area on Lake Lowell and Midland. It's horrible. We tried to fight it. It got passed anyway. The fact that Councilman Levy talked about a commercial sign in the middle of a residential district or area, I had to laugh out loud. Because when the plans were shown about how it was going to look, they actually had to go back and redraw them to make it look more beautiful for the neighborhood. And I don't remember, the sign that is there now is an orange, very ugly orange and green sign. It is an eyesore to that neighborhood, and it is a neighborhood. we have Dallin Woods, we have Middle Creek, we have all of the neighbors around. So because of the council 2 years ago who agreed that this was a good idea, we have a very ugly storage unit in our neighborhood on the Greenbelt where our kids go and drive, where strangers are coming in and out that have no, I'm sorry, I can't speak. They don't have any, I don't know if they live in the neighborhood or not. So do I want to let my kid ride their bike past the storage unit? It's a safety concern. It's huge. So I am just here in support of these neighbors, and I think it should just be denied because we have it in our neighborhood, and every day I drive by, and I'm mad every day that I drive by that. And my kids have to go to school by that, and I don't want them to walk past it. I don't know. Who knows? I have a cute daughter. She's going to walk past it. Some stranger comes in. It's a safety issue, and I hate it. So I am definitely in opposition, and I hope for the sake of these neighbors that they get to keep the integrity of their neighborhood because ours is lost.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that did not get signed up that would like to speak on this particular issue? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for our applicant to come back and provide response to any questions that have come forward or comments.
I'm going to restate my name. We good?
We're good.
Okay. I appreciate the concerns. I understand traffic seems to be a big one. And it's true. I understand that, in our opinion, I think a storage unit will provide a little less traffic than medium-density residential would, as far as that corner goes. Christy, can you go back to that site plan for them? Just to clarify a few things, someone commented on 2 entrances to the storage unit. There's really only one. It's on the north corner there. And then just over to the right there. Down here is a second entrance to the office complex, not to the storages. So there's only one entrance to the storage unit, and that'd be on the north side of the lot there. And someone mentioned a setback along Cherry and 11th. We actually have an additional 20 feet. We have a 25-foot right-of-way take right there that we're also giving up, plus an additional 20. So we have 45 feet off the current roadway, which what you guys see now. Hours of operation, those can be decided for in the development agreement and set as agreements with the city on those hours of operation. And the lights also seem to be a concern. Those can be on. Those will be shielded as per city code to not flood across out of the property. And then, just like I talked about, the increase in traffic from a medium density residential will be quite a bit versus just a storage unit with light office use there. So we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very, actually, counsel, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Not for I have one for Daniel in a second.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, and then Rodney or Christie, we had talked about having the information regarding the economic impact of the storage units. I don't remember seeing that. Did I miss it? Do you remember the analysis that we've gone through where we identify what the economic impact is with what it is currently zoned versus what we're suggesting this be amended to?
So Mayor, I have that on my on
the next one?
Public hearing.
Okay, but we don't have that on this one.
We don't.
Okay.
We expected it to be remanded back to planning and zoning.
Okay, thank you. So questions?
Yeah, just kind of a
Councilman Brunner.
sidebar question here, Daniel. So the mention was made about the traffic, and the mention was made, and I don't think this is a gentleman that exaggerates from just looking at him, but the half-mile backup. How's a 4-way stop going to help with the backup?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, as we explained at our last meeting, the 4-way stop is to deal with safety issues due to accidents. The analysis that was done does show that the U-stick traffic is, it does lower the level of service, but it is still above the city's standard of a level of service D. And so it's it doesn't lower it to the point where it would trigger
Yeah.
necessary.
And I don't know, you guys are the experts, and you know who are where the urgency areas are. I'm hearing, of course, from these neighbors that this is supposedly one of the high-density traffic areas with Ridgeview, et cetera. You know that or don't know that? But anyway, my point is, you know what my point is, Daniel, you've heard me enough, is get that roundabout. I realize we have a lot of areas we're looking at. We have all growth all over the area. But if this is, I don't know what the accident percentages are in compared to some of these other areas we're looking at. But I'm just lobbying at this point in time, at least research it, Jeff, and so on. And if this is a real immediate need, let's try to get this thing moved up with a roundabout. I hate it. I look at all these areas and these four-way stops, and I realize safety, but then traffic from a half mile is going to be a mile backed up. So anyway, you know my frustration. Thanks.
I will say that goes back to a funding issue.
Yes.
Right, it goes back to a funding issue because the cost of a roundabout is what?
It's a lot more than a four-way stop, I know that.
Would you like to say what the cost of that roundabout's going to be? Around $1.75 million to $2 million.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm not saying, I'm just saying prioritizing, and you guys do a great job of that, so I'm just, this is what I'm hearing, so.
So this is a public hearing, and unless there are any further questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
I'll second that, Mayor.
All in favor?
Aye.
As we move into council discussion, a comment that I have, I think we had some discussion earlier, and I appreciate the opportunity to hear from our citizens that are here, and I think we need to take into consideration their testimony. If we send this back to P&Z, it's with the intention that we're going to consider another storage unit proposal, this proposal. And we have citizens tonight that have testified and given us their opinion. And so I guess the question for council, in fact, Councilman Hogaboam,
Yeah,
would you
Mayor
like to say
Council,
something?
I had confused the P&Z minutes on a different matter and not this matter, but after review of the P&Z minutes on this, though there are some changes, I wanted to afford the applicant due process in presenting that, but the P&Z minutes articulate quite clearly the rationale for unanimous recommendation of denial, which was the type of development. So in light of that and what the people have gone through, I have shifted towards recommending denial of what's brought before us tonight. That would be my motion.
Mayor
to
Kling.
recommend
I'll
denial.
second that motion.
Okay.
Okay, so a motion's been made already?
It's been moved and seconded, and so discussion.
The only clarification I was looking for is, it's currently a BC zone. It'll still be a BC zone, not a residential zone, unless they seek to change the zone. It's a commercial development corner, so whatever is developed there. The only thing I was looking at was the applicant's willingness to go back to planning and zoning and to listen to the testimony that he got tonight. Instead of starting from ground one and starting over again, he could go back. And I think it'll save him a few dollars as far as in trying to create a new design that might be more pleasing to meet the intent of the BC zone instead of, I've heard from some of the people tonight that they'd rather see it in residential. And if that's the case, then, I don't care to see more storage units there. That's not what my intent is, but I'd like to see it as a commercially developed corner, because that's obviously something that's needed out there in that area as well. So that was my only thoughts as far as a remand, as opposed to just a denial. So, but the motion's been made.
Okay. Is there so the motion was to recommend denial. Okay. So is there any other discussion amongst council? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Okay. So we are ready for, and can I have, thank you, Clay. We're ready for 6-7 on the agenda. Thank you very much. Okay, 6-7 on the agenda. This is a modification of annexation and zoning development agreement with Canyon County Lake Estates and the City of Nampa that was recorded on January 26th, 2006, which is amending Exhibit B conceptual plan, changing the use from a conceptual neighborhood commercial office plan to a public storage facility plan in a neighborhood business zoning district at 905 South Middleton Road. This is 4.81 acres. And this is for Jeff Hatch, representing Mark. And Mark Ikebascu, I'm going to totally mess that up. I just did, and I apologize. And is the applicant here this evening? Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. If you could give us your name and your address, and then share with us what you're asking and requesting.
Jeff Hatch with Hatch Design Architecture, 511 Briarcrest Drive, Nampa, Idaho. Good evening, Mayor Kling and fellow council members. Thank you for your consideration of our development agreement and comprehensive plan renewal. Let's see. Remember how to use this thing again. That shoots it. Okay. Here is the subject property, and around it, our vicinity map shows a range of new development on the western side of Nampa. Since our public hearing about a month ago, in addition to the housing developments, the recent housing developments we have indicated here, there is also a proposed 20-unit townhome development just north of Carriage Hill, Phase 6 and 7, and then there's an additional one that's just slightly outside of this vicinity map, which would be another townhome development as well. We feel that this site is a great location for self-storage for primarily recreational and a range of different boat-related storage for anything from boats to jet skis, ATVs, really from this site and getting out to the west to our recreational areas is a great location. In particularly, we feel that this site helps promote local recreation, encourage local businesses, and keeping people in Nampa versus going up to Lake Lucky Peak or Bogus, just enjoying Lake Lowell because it's a great lake and we really enjoy it. So a couple of considerations from the previously approved conditional use permit. In light of the moratorium and also the considerations of what we've seen approved in the past. Off to the left here, we have the previously approved self-storage facility for the site. And what we've done is basically tried to take some of the feedback that we've gotten from you guys, from council, over the last year, as far as some of the considerations that we've gotten from staff. Rodney's been great to work with. And so from the previous facility that had 4 access and viewing corridors, we've narrowed those up quite substantially along the road frontage, as well as reduced the quantity of those. In addition, we've increased the facade to the intersection, whereas previously it was open and you had a substantial greater visibility to the facility itself. The perimeter design is something that we've gotten feedback on in the past from the city, and that's what we wanted to revise and address. The other consideration for street frontage is we also lowered the profile. The previously approved, as you can see in the next slide, had a gable with a shed roof that was quite a bit taller. We went to a flat parapet with a lower profile roof to really bring that down and try to minimize the visibility. From the previously approved architectural elements on the facade, they had these architectural features every so often. So we've increased the quantity of those, we've also increased the height and the width of those particular architectural accent features. We've also, as I mentioned, made more of an internal shed with a flat roof, a wall condition versus the gable. And the two things that we took away from planning and zoning was to propose integrated signage into the building. So the consideration, and it was mentioned in the previous action item, that if we don't integrate signage into a building, then we can't control that as an architect. And so we don't know where it's going, we don't know its height, we don't know the visibility. And so being able to integrate that into a building, propose that to design review, which would come after this, is something that is meaningful, it's something that's predictable, and it's something that the city can engage with versus just leaving it to the end and having it done with our signage code, which is getting reworked as we speak. The other consideration is we are fairly close to the bird refuge, and we're within an avian migration path. And so with that, the owner wants to be very sensitive to our region and has recommended putting bird-friendly glazing for any of the glazing on the facility, in particular the office.
I'm just curious, what's that mean? I don't know what that means.
So, I guess the best example, if you've ever been to BSU, right across from BSU, there's a big reflective building. That building has a person on staff that basically maintains the amount of birds that hit that building annually, because birds can't see buildings and they don't know that they're there, they just see trees. And so when you have fenestration on a building within a migration path, being able to create a glazing that is either integrated to be sensitive to birds so they can see that surface, or you're actually creating a visibility of birds can see anything from a 2-inch height to a 4-inch width. And so if you create a fritted material across that glazing, they can also see that. So it just prevents the birds from injuring themselves while migrating. Great question. Back in July, we did a market analysis of places around our site. Here's our site, and here's a range of the sites that we looked at. In addition, the findings that we found from P&Z kind of constituted that in this area there was a need for conditioned storage. The only one that's close to us is Keylock, which is right up here, which is currently at 100% capacity. And so we felt that that was something, again, to respond to the need for what is out there and available and what is not. This was definitely something that was not out there. The considerations with climate-controlled facilities is that where you have residents, you have things that are temperature sensitive, you have furniture when people are moving and transitioning. And in the wintertime, if you have a pretty nice street bike, you usually don't want that to be in an unconditioned facility. And lastly, documents. There's a lot of documents that conditioned storage is important for. So looking at our analysis here, you can see all of the facilities are within about 80% and up as far as the capacity. Well, we were not able to get an accurate read on the percentage for the one on Midland. We did call them and reach out. We were hoping to be able to bring that to you today, but it was not available, so we do apologize there. And then for conditioned units, we do have the 100% Keylock. And then this class of facilities just kind of indicates the type of facility, and also in some ways that reflects the age of the facility. And so with that, we would be proposing, the applicant has been pretty clear to propose that he wants to develop a very nice A-class facility on this site. So a couple of the findings from our approval on July 9th was that the commission found that the size and location and design and operational characteristics of the proposed self-storage facility was compatible and was not adverse with the livability or appropriate nature of the abutting and surrounding neighborhood. In addition, the location, design, and site planning of the proposed facility was attractive in nature, and we feel that we've been active in trying to respond more to that, since it is something that's been a concern with the moratorium. The proposed self-storage facility will enhance the successful operation of surrounding areas, which we do feel it's complementary for this location. And a couple of just specific things that were indicated that we wanted to just express. Commissioner Kehoe noted that the commercial properties directly to the east of us had been vacant for many years. He'd also considered that this location is appropriate for self-storage in relationship to its adjacency to commercial property. And in particular, he had indicated that he's pretty close, personally lives pretty close to this and didn't have any issues with it. The proposed facility, he also felt didn't block any concerns for views for Bogus. And we wanted to reiterate again that from what was previously approved, we have lowered the visible height of those buildings rather substantially. Commissioner Kirkman stated that he appreciated the comments about the self-storage and concern for how that may prevent crime in neighborhoods. And it was a couple public testimonies previously that kind of touched on that. Commissioner Gardner summarized that he had some appreciation for our modifications to the plan based on improving what was previously already approved. So with that, in review of the conditions of approval in regards to our presentation and our request, I think the main thing in consideration, yeah, we're in favor of the requirements of the building department, the fire department, and everybody at the city. In particular, item number 6 was something that we vetted out in the last month with the city, and that is that due to the submittal of our application, we are not technically part of the moratorium, but in following up with the owner and, you know, being a resident of Nampa, being a resident of the area, and understanding the importance that it has to the city of Nampa that we have a moratorium in place, he feels that this particular facility should abide by the outcome of that moratorium. And so how that affects this project and design review is something that he's in agreement with, even though he does not yet know what that is. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, council. Do you have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none at this time, as you are aware, you'll get to come back at the conclusion, and then as you listen to public testimony, and we'll have you back at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Time for staff report. Rodney?
Mayor and council, Rodney Ashby, principal planner for the city. So, as was stated, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of the development agreement modification, and they approved the conditional use permit. So the conditional use permit is not before you, but the development agreement modification is for formal approval. So quickly, this is the comprehensive plan. You can see an employment center to the north, some commercial development, proposed development there, right near the site. Let me zoom in a little closer. Community mixed use across the way. This is the area that was referenced as having some of those commercial lots not developing across the way. So the comprehensive plan, general commercial, is not generally expected to include residential uses. And you can see that even though it's commercial, all around it is medium density to the south and to the west. Again, the comprehensive plan designation should provide some supporting uses to adjacent neighborhoods, even some pedestrian connections. But they also list examples of potential uses as some wholesale storage and distribution in that designation. Now to zoning. You can see the property there, surrounded by some commercial type zoning as well as some lower density residential.
Rodney, can I pause you on that?
Yes.
You're talking about our future land use map that we're just working on our current comp plan, or what's existing?
It's existing now and as proposed.
As proposed, okay. Thank you.
Yep. So the zoning is actually the BN zoning. I think I said business commercial. It's actually BN zoning, neighborhood commercial. That's intended to be kind of a transitional type zone between residential and commercial uses. So across the way, you have the BC zoning. And so that's intended to be a kind of a buffer. The current land use is vacant agriculture. To the north is farmland. Let me zoom in and show you that. To the north is farmland. To the south is the enclave rural residential. This is a built-out subdivision. That's Carriage Hill. To the east is Fall River Business Subdivision over here. And I mentioned Carriage Hill, but also Whistle Farms is located right here. Then we have the Deer Flat Canal running on the west side of the property, which has a significant easement, and I'll show you that as we move forward. So utilities are available at the property. You can see here, there's I think it's can't see it very well, but I think it's a 100-foot easement for the Deer Flat Canal. And so even though the property line extends out here, they've proposed to only go to this point. So that does provide some buffering for the residential if this were to be approved. So a quick timeline, I just want to make sure this is really clear. December 19th, 2005, it was annexed and zoned to BN. January 10th, 2017 was the conditional use permit for storage units, and if on conditions of a development agreement modification being approved. No development agreement modification was submitted, and so the CUP expired on July 26, 2017. June 1st, there was an application for a development agreement modification and CUP for storage units. And June 3rd is when the moratorium on storage unit developments went in. And then July 9th, the CUP was approved and recommended approval of development agreement modification by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So, applicable regulations.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I'm looking at those dates. If the moratorium on storage units was on June 3rd, was that on a Monday?
It was.
So their application was received on a Saturday?
Should have been a Friday. I think
I was just
It was that
curious.
Friday. That must be off, but it was that Friday before the moratorium.
Okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure how that worked out. Maybe just was the application date. I'm not sure. Okay, so there's a lot of latitude for development agreements. They are a contract between the city and the developer. And so you have great flexibility to put conditions or deny it. There is also applicable regulations are that this will need to go to design review because it's in a neighborhood business zone. I'm not going to list these or talk about these in too much detail. These were mentioned in the last staff report by Christie. These are the specific conditions in Chapter 1 of Title 10, Planning and Zoning Code, that are specific to storage units. And these are currently only for two zones, the residential professional zone and the BN or neighborhood business zone. And again, they're meant to be a transitional zone, and so storage units in those zones, we put some, in the past, there were some conditions in there to help mitigate concerns about residential developments near those properties. So there's quite a few things there listed. Again, I'm not going to go into those details. So correspondence. I think you saw some of this correspondence come across your desk. Jonathan and Elizabeth Leach of 12852 South Aller I don't even know how to say that word, but Alorgne, maybe, Way, submitted a letter opposing the development. And unfortunately, that was missed in the staff report to Planning and Zoning Commission. But at the commission, most of their concerns were listed by residents who came and testified against it. And at that time, there was also a petition submitted with over 60 names. 60 homes were, or couples or individuals were listed opposing the storage units in that area. And those were from Carriage Hill subdivision. Nampa Meridian Irrigation District, standard correspondence from them. Nampa Engineering, right-of-way along the frontage is needed, but they, or has already been dedicated, but they still need the 25-foot chamfer at the intersection. And then some pretty standard other requests. So staff analysis. The proposed site is lower in elevation to the neighboring residential developments. So there were some concerns about how high those were. I actually went out and looked at the property and just wanted to get a sense of where it sat on the land compared to the other residential areas. And it's actually a bit lower than the neighboring residential properties. There is a buffer from residential, and it's significant due to the Deer Flat Nampa lateral. The applicant agreed to, as he mentioned in his staff or in his report, agreed to meeting future zoning code requirements that will be presented to you for your consideration on Monday. The BN zone conditions help mitigate some concerns near residential. Again, that height restriction, buffers, landscaping, and there is also a fence requirement. City Council could restrict operational hours in the development agreement modification if that's something you determine would be helpful for residents in that area. Middleton and Lake Lowell is a highly visible intersection along a residential corridor. So some of the concerns that were brought up by residents and at the Planning and Zoning Commission were that it just didn't fit here, similar to the last presentation on Cherry and 11th, just that it was a residential area, and even though it was zoned commercial in some of the areas at that intersection, that the original development agreement was for some transitional office or small retail developments that would support the residential and not and wouldn't allow for this type of development. That was their concern. So the neighborhood character isn't consistent, may not be consistent with storage units. And then economic benefits impact to the city is average. I'd like to just read some of what we did is the building department contracts with Galena Consulting to run a fiscal impact analysis of city government costs to service a land use with utilities, transportation, and all other city services. They then compare the cost of the benefits or the taxes the development contributes to the city. And based on the preliminary and initial analysis, it appears that of the industrial uses, storage units rank among one of the lowest economic generators to the city. This is also true of commercial development. It's a lower benefit to the city in the commercial areas. And so highest and best use, that's up to you to determine here, but that's something to consider based on their analysis. In this specific case, we had them run I just got the report back today, and in this specific case, the income to the city versus the cost to service it is positive, but provides moderate benefit. Other land uses in a commercial zone could have a much greater benefit to the city, but again, it is positive. It does net an income for the city. As far as conditions recommended by engineering, they're listed there. They're in your staff report. 25-foot chamfer is the big one there. Other recommended conditions are listed here as well. And a potential of modifying the development agreement to limit the hours of operation, setbacks, or landscaping if you choose. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Rodney. For the benefit of everyone out there that's waiting to testify, if it were not used for storage units, what other allowed uses could be there?
So it could be some retail, some doctor's offices, other offices, business offices, that type of business.
Thank you. Could like a local cafe go in there, coffee shop?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any additional
Yeah,
questions?
just if I may, Mayor, just a question on what you just stated on the economic impact. You said storage units, low economic impact, but also be a little more specific for me. You said commercial. Are you talking retail then?
So correct, yeah, some retail.
So a restaurant or something of that sort is not going to provide us any more economic positive impact than a storage shed?
So this is moderate benefit for, it's a little bit difficult to explain, I'm sorry, but so if what we did this week is had them analyze it to determine if there's a benefit back to the city based on the services we have to provide. So it costs us to put roads in and water and utilities, right? So the benefit is moderate back to us. There's another analysis that was done, not specific to this property, but for generally to storage units. And that analysis was done specifically for industrial and commercial uses. And they found that of industrial and commercial uses, the storage units have a lower benefit to the city.
Okay. So either way, it's not going to be a great impact from a tax-based standpoint.
Correct.
Unless, and we're not going to want to put light industrial, which would be the best positive impact.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do that and change the zoning for light industrial. So,
Right.
okay.
But if I understand what you said correctly, commercial use, if it were, whether a dentist office or a restaurant, whatever, produces a greater tax benefit than a storage unit does.
That's correct.
But it's still moderate.
Still moderate.
Okay, I'd be interested, just education-wise, what that window means, what moderate means. Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, so we'll be back with any questions. So this is a public hearing, and we have quite a few people signed up. So as we start the public hearing, I do want to say, before the council is a packet, you've got the petitions that are signed here. We have a number of new emails that have come in that you have on top of your packet, right? And I think most of those will stand actually along with your opposition group. To start with, we're going to start with the group in support of, and Jerry Dickerson is first up.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
excuse me, it's been over 2
I'm
hours.
sorry, would you like to
2 hours.
pause?
A comfort break would be good, I think, for council's attention span. For the people that are about to
I am
speak.
so sorry. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Excuse us, we are going to take a 5-minute break.
Madam Mayor, if you could repeat what you stated before, too, that if it's a repeat type, that they just give their support.
When we come back, I'll let
Okay.
you know, but if,
Thank you.
yeah, we'll do that right when we come back. We'll take a 5-minute break, and thank you for the request. I'm sorry, I forget.
Thank you for
Thank you. I'm a slave driver, I just keep forgetting. I would like to thank all of you that are so patient, and I apologize because you're ready to go home. And so I'm sorry, it's part of the process, but thank you for your patience, and we'll get started right now on our public testimony. So as we're getting ready to get started, this is just a reminder. We do have a few people that are signed up to testify tonight. When you testify, or when it's your turn, if you want to, you are always welcome to speak up. If someone would like to say, you know what, I just support them, but I want to be noted, then you're also welcome to do that. As you come forward, please state your name, your address, and then go ahead and share, and you have 3 minutes. So, alrighty, I think Jerry Dickerson is next, or the first person to testify in our public hearing.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Jerry Dickerson. I live at 3615 South Raintree Drive in Napa. I've lived at that same address 15 years, and I've been in real estate.
Speak just a little, there you
Real
go.
estate in Canyon County for about 15 years.
Thank you.
And actually, that particular site, I sold that to the current owner in '05. Okay, so, and I was involved in that corner and the one across the street, and we thought at that time that it would be a commercial build-out at some point. And 13 years later, it hasn't developed because of the 12th Street or 45 corridor. That's where everything's going as far as commercial is concerned. So that's what I've got to say, and I'm in support of the project. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes,
Council.
did you have a
Since
question?
Mr. Dickerson, I have a question. Since you said you're in real estate and stuff, I'm just curious. I know it's anecdotal, but what are the market trends on commercial and sort of these residential lots? Because I understand the master plan envisioned that there would be a market demand. I'm thinking further on down the street, kind of by Dallin Woods, there's a little corner, residential, and the thought is those sort of corners generate positive value for local residents. Well, why isn't, in your opinion, that market sort of developing more?
Because what you're talking about right now is a whole section line closer to the boulevard, right? And you've got that Maverick or Chevron or whatever it is across the street. And it's just, it isn't far enough. I mean, this particular property is too far west, and it's always been the problem. Even with Steve Cope across the street, it's the same thing with him. He put a dentist's office in there and did some owner financing to get him there. And they did the same thing with the fitness center and the, daycare center. But, I've done bigger sites like the Broadmoor, and you can drive by there and you can see how quick they developed, as soon as they got permits, everybody, it just hasn't been a good commercial site as far as, office buildings or anything like that, because there's just too many vacancies.
One quick follow-up. There's lots of homes going to be built in that area. Do you think that changes the forecast at all for these lots that we're discussing?
Well, across the street, directly across the street from this particular one, I had the first 5 acres of that zone BC as well, and had 26 townhouses in the back. And now they're going to go with 20 townhouses in the back. And I don't know what they're going to do with the commercial. Really don't. There's just not an answer for it. But I'm having trouble understanding why storage wouldn't be highest and best there. In the next 48 months, there's 1,200 houses that are going to be within a 3-mile area there.
Thank you.
That's me.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Mayor, what's the construction value of this site?
About $5.5 million.
So taxable value is $5.5 million?
And then, the impact fees, based on another 5-acre site that we're turning dirt on right now, I think it was 71,000, or it was either 53,000 for the permits and 71 for the impact fees, or vice versa. That's a pretty good sum of money.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. The next person signed up in support is Sam Huff. Does Sam Huff?
Mayor, I disagree with Mr. Dickerson was
Okay, thank you very much. So noted. Thank you. And I think, is it Hugo Costello? Okay.
Can I know you have their name and address.
I
I'm just
do.
curious where the members live that.
So
Just for public.
Sam Huff is 13440 Lone Star, Nampa. And then Mr. Costello is 101 11th Avenue South, Nampa. So just to clarify, neither of you live near this site, correct? You don't live near the site? No, I'm Mr. Esposito's real estate agent. Okay.
Gotcha.
Real estate agent, and then you also don't live near the site? Okay. Thank you. Greg Farney? Here.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for restating your name and
Yes,
address.
the Mayor Clayton, Greg Fernie, council members. I am the developer of this particular site. I was born here in this area. I've grown up here. Graduated from Albertson College when it was Albertson College back in the day. So 44 kind of dates me a little bit. But this particular project came about because of some of the experiences I had growing up. I spent a lot of time at Lake Lowell. We went out there, we did a lot of boating, did a lot of scouting activities. It's a great area, and I really feel that this particular location is ideal to have that type of recreation area where we could rival something like a Lucky Peak. Because a lot of times people will go and they are going to go to Lucky Peak because they can get a boat slip or something like that. But if we have an area where they can have it very reasonable and very accessible for their boat, for their jet ski, and then if they're going to store anything, and what I wanted to do was to have something temperature controlled, which is a much finer type of facility. So my whole goal here is to have a project that not only can I be proud of, the community can be proud of, and in 25, 30 years, the design, because it's going to be an A-class facility, it is going to stand the test of time. It is something that people are going to find aesthetically pleasing, and it will be a project that people will be very happy that is part of the community. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Greg, you didn't give your address. What was it?
Oh, 1006 Soneta, Nampa.
Okay,
And that's my work address. So,
okay. You live in Nampa, sir?
I do not. I live in Boise.
Okay, so one more
But I
question.
work here in Nampa.
One more follow-up.
Okay.
So you said it would be pleasing to the community and to the neighbors.
Correct.
Did you get a copy of all the petitions and all the emails in opposition of this project?
I most certainly did.
So
Councilmember-
is that your attitude still then?
I think this, and this is just my personal opinion, I think a lot of times when we have something new or a new project that's going to be built there, I think change can be something that might be difficult and/or something that we don't want to accept or acknowledge. But we have gone as far as we possibly can and we're willing to do to make sure that anything that has been requested, we want to make sure that we're a good neighbor to the people in particular at Carriage Hill. I know that we do have, some individuals here that are in support of that and for different reasons. But again, I recognize that initially when you hear the word storage, it's maybe not the most positive connotation, but when you delve into the details of what we are going to build there and what we are going to have for the neighborhood and for the recreation and for the lake, I really, truly believe that we are going to convert and have a lot of people that a year from now will say, you know what, I opposed, I wrote my name on a petition, but I have to tell you, Greg, I think you've done a bang-up job, and we are so happy you did this.
Okay, follow-up. Did you do an analysis of business that would enhance that neighborhood in a better way rather than a storage unit?
As far as the analysis that we did, You know, when we went and we took a look at the properties that were nearby, the properties that right now, if somebody were to come in and they wanted to put a coffee shop, or they wanted to put a restaurant, or they wanted to put some type of a doctor's office, that's readily available. And so when I looked at that, I did see that it has been sitting across the street for a little over 13 years. And so that usually tells me that there's a little bit of an imbalance in terms of what commercially is viable there. Otherwise, somebody would have done it.
I see. Okay, I think I understand your answer.
I'm sorry if I was a little long-winded there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All righty, thank you.
So is Geraldine Britton here? And thank you for restating your name and your address.
It's actually Brighton.
Brighton,
Geraldine
excuse me.
Brighton. I live at 3008 Magnolia in Caldwell. However, I recently inherited with my siblings a piece of property that my parents had for 55 years. It's on Orchard Avenue and Indiana. So it's just up the street from Lake Lowell. Like I said, I've lived here forever. In order for us to be able to keep that home, we have turned it into a VRBO. And, you know, it's something that we all, my siblings, 6 of us, decided to do in order to be able to keep it, pay the taxes, and do all of that. You know, there isn't a lot of storage area. There isn't a lot of storage area to use the lake. We're very close to the lake. I hadn't seen the design, but I was pretty impressed with it. We would like to be able to have a facility to store a boat or to store some things that our renters might be able to use. So this would be perfect. It is very close. And the other piece is that the climate-controlled units that are going to be offered, we have a lot of things that we need to store. 55 years of living here, there's a lot of stuff that we haven't quite gotten the idea to get rid of yet. So that's another reason that I think this facility would suit us really well. So that's about all I have to say.
I'm going to be really bold, but I'm a little confused because you live in Caldwell. There are other climate-controlled areas a little closer to your property. Why are you testifying on behalf of this one?
Because not only do we have that piece of property that's right there, it's only a couple of miles from that facility. I haven't seen any climate-controlled facilities that are closer.
Okay.
I'm not aware of them if there are. And as a matter of fact, we do have another piece of property in Nampa that we have some renters that need storage as well. So that's why this seems like a really good location logistically for us as we're trying to run everything.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Is Jamie Wilson here? Okay, so you also live in Caldwell? Valley High Lane? Yes, near Lake Lowell, but a Caldwell address. Okay, thank you. So, Sergio Gutierrez? And thank you for restating your name and address.
Yes, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Sergio Gutierrez, and I live at 1205 South Red Hawk Place in Nampa, which is not too far from this site. I lived in Nampa since 1975, and so I've seen the city grow, and I'm kind of missing the small community atmosphere. But it is what it is, and as has been said repeatedly tonight, tremendous growth in and around Nampa. I lived in Bay Hill before Red Hawk. And what a difference in terms of the occupants and what we come with when we arrive. Very little of the toys and the cars parked out in the streets at Bay Hill. At Red Hawk, very different. Even though it's still under construction, the fifth phase still hasn't gone up. But definitely a different people with more time and ability to enjoy what we have to offer in and around the area there, which is the lake and all that. And so what I've seen is way many more RVs, boats, the four-wheelers, motorcycles, hot rods. And so what that has caused me to think about this, because initially I would respond the same way most people would, is, do you want a storage area nearby? No. But I shortly after moving to Red Hawk, we had some thefts, and I started thinking about the dynamics of what happens when you don't have places to store, then you're parking cars. And I'll use one for example, where a home where you have 2 adults and 3 teenagers, there's 5 cars parked outside. So some of them are on the roadway. So of course, it's going to create an opportunity for theft. And fortunately, on one incident, we did have Nampa PD come up there and do, what would they call it, when they think the thieves will come back and sure enough, they caught the individual. So from a public safety point, I started thinking about it, and also I love the outdoor recreation aspect of it, and have used storage facilities before. That the access issue, as was mentioned earlier, to the activities in the lake, I began to then lean towards supporting it, and that's why I'm here tonight, and I thank you. And would stand for questions.
Judge, just want to thank you for your years of service, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it, thanks.
Thank you very much.
And he's enjoying retirement.
Okay, is there a Sue? Sue, go ahead, come forward. And I'll let you state your last name and your address.
My name is Sue Hayes, 15339 Chico Way in Nampa. And Madam Mayor and Council, I just have several little bullet statements I hope I can make, because I kind of ramble on. I was a realtor for 29 years and recently moved to a subdivision in Nampa that is a very high-density neighborhood. I came from Moonstruck, and we had 1 acre and 1/10, and we still didn't have room for our boats, and we had fishing boats and ski boats and four-wheelers. So luckily we had a barn and a couple acres where we were able to store that. Otherwise, we would have been in need of storage. I recently moved, and while I was waiting to get into my home, I had to store my stuff, and I had a piano, which is need to be in a environmental controlled environment, and I called Dunkley Music and Dorsey's to see if they would store those for me, and they said they had absolutely no room to store any pianos because they can't get rid of used pianos. So could definitely have used some climate controlled storage. When I called for storage, I could not find a storage unit. Luckily, I had a friend who had a friend that had a storage unit, and he called and kind of helped me cut in line there, and that was helpful. Statistically, 9.4%, this is a 2017 statistic, 9.4% of families use self-storage. And when you talk about the unprecedented growth in our valley, which, you know, I've gotten to experience some of that myself, we need storage units. And as Judge has talked about, I've been in my home 3 to 4 months. I've got a broken down truck parked across the street that needs to be put in storage. We have campers, boats, things that the HOA should have some control over, but there is a need for storage, and they are full. And there's one just down Middleton Road. This particular property is 3 miles from my house, and is definitely something that I would use. And just feel like the staff report where he talked about the value to the city, I think needs to be given some really severe consideration to the needs of the community. So I hope that you'll take that into consideration, that it isn't always the best value to the city. You've got to serve the needs of the community as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very
Do I
much.
need to state the question?
No, I don't. Thank you. Is Justin Walker here? And Justin, go ahead and state your address. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Justin Walker. I live at 12674 South Carriage Hills Way. Therefore, I live in Carriage Hills North, which is, I guess, adjacent, or it's going to be pretty close to the storage units, potential storage units. I was born in Boise, and I went to college at NNU, where I got my right, where I got my bachelor's degree, and then I actually finished with my master's degree. So when I lived in Boise, my family, we grew up with a boat, and we always had our boat at a slip, which makes it just so much easier. And so kind of what I guess there's 2 main points that I would want to, I guess, kind of highlight. First thing is that I have a 2-year-old son, and then I also have one on its way. And to be frank, like, I'm just running out of room. We have so much stuff at my house that I could see, for that purpose alone, getting a storage unit. But the most important thing would be the family time that I had as a child on the boat, out at the lake, and kind of just being able to, enjoy what Nampa has to offer, which is Lake Lowell. And that's pretty much all I have. So.
Thank you very much. Are Gloria and David here? And I'll let you say your last name for me when you come up. I just mess them up, and so I'm just going to let them say their last names. You should pass this. Arredondo. Okay, that's what I would have said, but I'm so shy now because of messing them up.
And so Gloria and David Arredondo, we're at 2003 West Cross Creek Drive, Nampa. Sorry, I said your name for you. So Mayor and Council, we are just here to state that we're here in support of this particular storage project, and that's really because of the nature of this storage unit. From what I've seen and heard today, I believe that a great deal of consideration was given to the fine details of this project, the earth tones that I saw that were mentioned, the height, the bird gazing that was mentioned. So for those reasons, we're here in support.
And how far away do you live from the storage unit?
We're in Fall River, so very close.
Okay. Great. Does anyone have any questions?
I'm just curious, do you have a local business?
We do. We're business owners, small business owners.
What's
We have
the business?
Arredondo Auto Details,
Yeah,
south
okay.
of 11.
Yeah, okay, I was just curious. Matt linked the last name, so. Thanks for living and operating a business in Nampa.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to those that are in opposition, and we'll start with Kathleen Tuck.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Tuck. I live at 12888 South Solornia Way. And my home is in Carriage Hill North, directly across the canal there, so right behind Whistle Farms. So very, very close. I'll look out on this project. And I do want to say I appreciate the design changes that have been made and their thoughtfulness in doing that. But I would say that really the issue here is not so much how it looks, but whether it is the best fit for that neighborhood. Does it fit the character of what Nampa is hoping for out there? I served on the Bike and Pedestrian Committee, and I know that a top priority for the city is livability, walkability, and I look at this and I think, right now it's zoned for neighborhood business. It's zoned for those small shops, for professional offices, for a small cafe, those sorts of things that would serve the residents in that area. I've lived there less than 2 years, and I've seen literally hundreds of homes go up in those 2 years. So I know that there's been talk about, well, this property hasn't sold for 13 years, but I would say that 13 years ago, this was a completely different neighborhood. And right now, we have a lot more residents, many more planned. There's a lot of new homes slated to go in still in that area. And we don't have services for those people. We can go down to that little mini Walmart and get a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk, but we have no place to sit and visit with friends and have a coffee or a sandwich. We can go down and get, a gallon of gas, but we don't have other services. And so we're going down to Karcher Mall, we're going over to 12th Avenue. We've got more cars on the street where perhaps we wouldn't have to do that if we had businesses close by that could serve us. And I do think that as it continues to grow, it will become more and more valuable to folks. I would also say that, is it needed? And when you look at what's around there, we do have the new storage units on Midland and Lake Lowell that you've heard a lot of opposition to. We have that built there. Down the road, we've got Keelock, which is climate controlled and much closer to Orchard, and they are expanding. So we're going to have more there. Down the road from them, there's another new one that went in on the east side of the street. We have new storage units going in down on the boulevard, which also say they're going to be climate controlled. So I really question whether we need this in that neighborhood. I think having something there that fits the character and fits the needs of the people in that community would be a better fit for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Vivian Martin.
That's not me.
Okay, excuse me, I'll let you state your name
Hi,
and address.
I'm Barry Martin.
Barry.
And my wife's here with me, and we really didn't come here prepared to talk to you guys. We just wanted to show our opposition. However,
Go ahead and state your address.
okay, we live at 11464 West Rosette Drive, and that is in Carriage Hills, right adjacent to this project. And almost every home in Carriage Hills, the owner of the home actually had the house built. And the vast majority of the homes there have RV garages, or they have RV parking adjacent to their homes. And so as far as a need to store more stuff, these homes are larger, and everyone seems to be pretty much self-contained, and it's a very nice neighborhood. And so when it came time for us to make the decision to move here, we had lived in our previous home way out in the country in another state that doesn't start with C. And so we lived there 35 years with acreage, and we had an awful lot of stuff. And unfortunately, we sold that home before our home here was finished. So we had a need for putting stuff into storage. And fortunately, that was only a 4-month period of time. And I'm thinking that we're not the only ones finding ourselves in that position. So there may be a need, as these people are waiting for their homes to be built, for storage. But in the long term, when the area is built out, that need's going to decrease, and we already have plenty of new storage areas in the area. And I just don't see a need for another one. But I would love to see some other type of business go in there that we could walk to, because it's very close by. And I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to both of you. So, Debbie Lober.
Hi, my name is Debbie Lober, and I am at 12955 South Arenco Way in the Carriage Hill neighborhood. We just moved here in January from Washington. Our kids and grandkids asked us to move, and we are enjoying time with them. We love Carriage Hill and this kind of area that we're living in. So some of the things you guys have talked about, I'm not familiar with. I'm not familiar with some of the recreational things. We do love Lake Lowell, but same as they've said, we lived in a house for 23 years and realized we needed to downsize, and that's a tough thing. But I appreciate that people have a lot of stuff, but I don't feel like the backyard of my home needs to be their storage area. If it really needs to be something that is going to benefit the lake, maybe there's something we can do to add storage or more places for these recreational vehicles closer to the lake instead of right on the corner where you turn to come into my neighborhood. And I was excited to hear that it was going to be zoned for mom and pop stuff. My son used to live at Dallin Woods, and we love that little coffee area and different things right there. And so we were excited to think that something was going to be there. And like the previous person said, I think there's so much new building going on that I think that there could be possibilities. I did a quick phone call today to several storage places. Like they said, Key Lock is under construction. Big Storage is under construction. Store It, which is the Midland and Lake Lowell one, is only 30% filled. Safeguard, which is Middleton and Karcher, is only 10% filled. Storage All is 100. There's over 100 that are vacant. Karcher Moving and Storage has 20% left, and Idaho Storage Connection in Karcher, June 20th, has newly expanded. So I just felt like, wow, that was just within a 3-mile vicinity of my home. So I'm one of the 74 no petition. So there was over 74 people who said no, and I would appreciate just your consideration in maybe moving this to a different location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kyle? And Kyle, how do you say your last name? Is that A-H-E?
It's A-H-R-B-E-R-G.
Arberg?
Yeah, it's Kyle Arberg.
Okay.
I lived in Carriage Hill. It's 12395 Landau Way. And I'm opposed to this project. I think when I'm hearing a lot about Lucky Peak and Lake Lowell's a beautiful lake. But right now, if you have a jet ski or you want to go water skiing, you've got to worry about algae blooms. So I'd say the way to make that more a recreational place would be to work on the algae bloom and not work on storage units for people that perhaps can't use them in Lake Lowell. I think it'll bring traffic to the area. Middleton Road is sometimes impassable in certain areas already. What I really think is I pass by that site probably 2 or 3 times a day, and the reason I go past that site 2 or 3 times a day is to go to places where I shop. And I think that we may be sacrificing a future community need, a sense of community on that site where retail may not have worked out in the past, can really work out now. You guys know the projects better than I do that are going in right now. Greenhurst, a couple hundred acres there of homes. The one right on between Middleton and Midway, another couple hundred acres. So although it has been an unsuccessful commercial site in the past, I believe that that area could be an area where there could be a sense of community where people would gather, be able to shop. And I think by putting in a storage facility is what I saw. Everybody was saying how beautiful it was. What I saw up in the screen there looked like a wall. I don't consider that real beautiful, and it may prohibit then some other use across the street. And I know there's a lot of land across the street that might keep that from being the coffee house. The coffee house, the cafe doesn't work real well next to a storage unit. So I appreciate your time. I'm very impressed by this council and by you, Mayor. So thank you.
Thank you. And is John Leach here?
Jonathan Leach, 12852 South Solorn Way in Carriage Hill. So that puts this project right directly in my backyard. I mean, literally, that's what we would look at. First of all, Mayor and council members, thank you for allowing us this opportunity, for listening, and for protecting citizens. I heard that a number of times. I think you got it right on the last motion, on the last decision you made. I am not opposed to storage units in general. I've used them in the past. I'm not opposed to recreation. I have a boat myself. I'm not opposed to change. I was discouraged. I have nothing against the landowner or the designer, but at planning and zoning, they never came through Carriage Hill once. They were shocked at planning and zoning to discover that Carriage Hill had no need for this because we all had semi-custom homes and we all had the opportunity to have an RV pad if we wanted. I'm not opposed to the storage unit itself, the concept. I'm not opposed to birds. I'm opposed to, is this the right place? You know, if we look back, and if we zoom out at some of the maps, you know, one of the things that was mentioned is this doesn't fit the nature of the neighborhood. It doesn't. Look at all of the rural land that would be even closer to Lake Lowell, that would serve even better for those who want to have their recreational vehicles. It wouldn't injure homeowners who've made an investment. Carriage Hill North is one of the higher valued neighborhoods in Nampa. If we just place storage units right next to that, is that going to attract more serious investors, both residential and business owners? I'm concerned. Just because something is permissible doesn't mean it's beneficial. I appreciate some of the modifications they made, but look, you can put lipstick in a pig, it's still a pig. I don't want to look out at a pig. There's other better places. There were some 70 or more signatures from Carriage Hill, and we could have gathered many more. I'm the voice that represents them. There was a moratorium that was placed, and there was wisdom in that. And I would ask you to consider that. Consider the last motion. That was the right decision. This is the wrong place. Please deny this application.
Thank you. Caleb Leach.
Hi, good evening. I'm Caleb Leach. I'm actually his son. So, you know, my dad dragged me along here. He's like, oh, let's go to a council meeting, see how this is.
Good for you.
Better get you a milkshake or something afterwards.
Punishment.
I think a steak or a steak.
Yeah, but anyways, I after hearing what's been presented, I just don't see a need for a storage unit here. Like, there are so many RV pads in our neighborhood. I personally want a coffee shop. I'm a college student. I think that would be appropriate, you know, just go get my coffee and go to BSU. I think that would be better. I think also being closer to the lake, a lot more accessible there to have your boat. And personally, I like the view from my deck. It's pretty nice. And looking out to the mountains, I don't want to see a storage unit beneath there. That would just be, you know, that would ruin the view. And, you know, I appreciate all the, you know, architecture and the modifications presented. And I think it's great, but I just don't see it's the right place. And also, if, you know, people from, you know, not this neighborhood, Carriage Hill, are going to put stuff in this storage unit, well, I don't see as that being fair to the people who live, you know, right next to this storage facility, who, you know, if this storage facility would ever come in place, you know, this would eventually be my backyard, and I just don't see that fair. So thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Caleb, thank you for being here. At this time, I do not have anyone else signed up, but is there anyone here that had intended to speak on this particular hearing tonight that did not have the opportunity? Go ahead. And thank you. You know the drill.
So my name is Laurel Buxton, 322 South Meadow Creek. Obviously, you heard my impassioned plea the last time, so it's basically ditto to that. I do want to say really quickly before I forget, thank you for using bigger signs to let us know what is happening in our community. Before 8.5 by 10 did not cut it, I want to say I so appreciate that. And I know many people have actually commented and said, that's amazing. That's an amazing change. So I need to just say thank you for that, because we know what's going on in our communities. and we can look, and if we do care, we can come and we can voice our opinions. So that is greatly appreciated. So I'm just going to reiterate what I said before. I worry about privacy. I worry about safety. I have that in my backyard already. I don't think we need another one. We don't need another one in that space. I'm not opposed to those kind of things. I live in Middle Creek. If they would have come to Middle Creek, I know 20 people that would have signed the petition also, because they feel the same way, because they feel so strongly about it. At least 20 people. And I have a boat. We recreate on Lake Lowell all the time. We love Lake Lowell. I don't think that that is a necessary place to have that. I just don't. It's not necessary, and I reiterate what other people have said. The community is getting bigger. Wouldn't it be awesome to be able to walk? We love to walk to the little Dallin Wood shop. I can send my kids there, and I feel safe about letting them go and get a sandwich there or something like that. Wouldn't it be great for all these communities to have the same thing? Or for my kids to ride my bike. They ride their bike to Walmart. Their need services is going to need services. I do not think those services need to be another storage unit.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify? Yes. And thank you for sharing your name and your address.
Well, my wife has already spoken. Wally Tuck, I live at 12888 South Salernia Way. Yes, I understand that this would only impact Carriage Hill North. Couple of things. It has already been mentioned that there is an algae bloom in Lake Lowell, but last year it was dog feces problem. How often is Lake Lowell closed? Is it really advisable to have a storage unit close by when you really can't use the lake? And the next one that has never been mentioned, and I'm not exactly sure what the address is, but on South 12th, going towards Melba, across the street from the Chevron station, there is another huge storage unit going in. How many storage units do we really need before we are called a storage facility for the state of Idaho? And I thank all of you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that had planned to testify this evening? Seeing none, this is an opportunity for our applicant to come back and provide any closing comments.
Mayor Kling and fellow council members. We had a couple comments I'd like to address, and I have a couple closing statements. There was a concern that was expressed for livability. We feel that the recreation that we'd be promoting helps enhance livability of the area. There were some comments on Big Storage and Key Lock expanding their facilities. These are facilities that are already established, already sitting there, already, conducting business. And yet they have chosen and feel the need to expand their current facilities based on the needs of our community. These aren't people that are speculating. These aren't people that are moving in and buying property and thinking, wouldn't it be a great idea to build self-storage? These are calculated business individuals, business owners in our city that are making calculated decisions based on the needs that they see. There was a concern about traffic and the traffic that this particular site may generate. I don't have statistics for Canyon County, but in Ada County, self-storage has the lowest traffic impact in their impact study. At our P&Z approval, we got approval almost unanimously. It was a 7-1 vote, and a lot of that came down to the sensitivity that we're expressing and the intent that the owner wants for this particular site. We really feel that we would like you to consider this project to be an example for self-storage moving forward in Nampa. A flagship for Nampa's resolution of concerns that the community has expressed, being responsive to the city's needs and setting meaningful expectation for future development. Please consider this to be a catalyst for those needs that the city has expressed. And I'll stand for any final questions.
Madam Mayor, Do you know the distance from the actual building, a storage unit, to the house or houses right next to it?
So we have a setback that's actually 120 feet from any of our project structures to the center line of the ditch. In addition, I believe, and I would have to have Rodney clarify that, I believe since that's to the center line of the ditch, one could speculate that you have an additional 120 feet before anybody's backyard would even start.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling. Jeff, the Deer Flat Canal, I know that there was a pathway extension to the, on the opposite side of the road to a point. Is it going to be continued, do you know, as a part of that, that landscape or whatever buffer? Is there a pathway extension plan through that section?
We have 120 feet that we'd be fine with.
So you're
that
not
expanding,
aware of it at this
but
point?
we haven't been conditioned to do anything with that
Okay,
at this time.
thank you.
Are there any additional questions for the applicant? Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions for staff?
I have a question.
Okay, and then Daniel, do you have a?
We would just like to correct that the 120-foot setback that they have would not be mirrored on the other side of the canal. There would be probably about 30 feet from the center of that would also be taken up with easement for the irrigation district, but not another 120.
Okay, so it would not be that much. Okay.
Daniel, before you sit down. Mayor, do you know if there's a pathway extension planned at some point in time?
That is the Deer Flat Edwards lateral. There is a pathway that the master plan calls for along there. And so the pathway is currently on the north side of the canal west of Middleton or east of Middleton. We would anticipate it continuing on that north side of the canal as it
Goes on
is
the diagonal.
developed up in that section as well.
Thank you.
Are there
Mayor
any
Kling, I have a question for legal.
Okay.
What we're being asked tonight, Mark, is, or what I understand in reading this, is that the Napa Planning and Zoning Commission approved the CUP for a storage complex. So a lot of the comment that we heard tonight was whether or not there should be storage complexes. That's already been approved by Planning and Zoning. So are we being asked to override that?
No, I'm sorry, this is actually a change in the development agreement because the conditional use permit was approved, but the development agreement is not for storage units. We would have to be approving a change in their development agreement.
Okay, that was what I was misinterpreting here. I thought that it had already been approved, but that was the approval that they granted to be forwarded to us, whether or not we would allow it to be a storage complex now at this point.
Yeah, and this is strictly, and legal, you could speak to it more, but this is about a development agreement and a change in the development agreement.
To storage.
Yes.
I'm going to look at Rodney too. I think the development approvals that were needed were twofold. I think given the underlying zoning, they needed a conditional use permit to construct the storage units. However, there was a previously existing development agreement that had attached to it a site plan that depicted the commercial development, and it is part of your packet. So they would need two things. One would be the conditional use permit, which Planning and Zoning has the authority to grant. But then they would also need to have amended their development agreement because it was passed under the assumption that there would be commercial development there. So that needs to be amended to allow for the development of storage units, and that is something that's within the jurisdiction only of the City Council.
Okay, so the CUP was granted or was not, it still needed to be granted?
No, I think
granted.
It was granted, but it's not going to help them unless the development agreement is also amended.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor and Councilman Haberfield, and one last thing on that is that the conditional use permit was conditioned on approval of the development agreement. So the conditional use permit would not be given if the development agreement is not approved.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time for either the applicant or staff? If not, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So move.
And second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, council discussion.
I'm just going to make the motion, Mayor, and I think we discussed storage units ongoing, and I just think we need to take a pause. And I will make the motion that we deny the change in the development agreement.
And I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I'm torn on this one. It's a
tough.
nice development. It looks good. There's 50 yards between the buildings at least. There's free market to consider versus it's a poor fit for the area or the better uses. I don't know, I'm torn on it.
Well, if I could, if I could help you, Bruce.
Well, thank you.
Give him some
Well,
legal advice.
no, I can't do legal advice, but I can tell you this. Within, was it Debbie Lowler? She, right? Is that your last name? Lober? She talked about an occupancy rate of the storage units in that area. Now, there's 8 of them. 2 on Middleton, 1 at Karcher and Middleton, Smith, Horton, Greenhurst, Caldwell Boulevard, and Orchard, Indiana. And the occupancy rate is low. So the other thing is this. If you purchase a home at valued of $300,000 or more, or that's a home that you invest in, and that's something that people are moving into that area because occupancy rate in that neighborhood is so fast, you can't build houses quick enough because it's a beautiful area. And the thing about it is when you start imposing on these people and on these residences about putting a non-conformally kind of a business there, I would love to see another business there, but the storage unit, it infringes on them. And I think as their voice, has to say no to this thing. Let's put that storage unit somewhere else, but not up against a beautiful subdivision. And that's something that I agreed with the mayor on the moratorium, and I'm not going to support this thing. I just can't in good sense. So that's where I stand. I know, I just said that. I'm just trying to help Bruce.
Mayor, Council, I share in Councilman Scogg's confliction because it's really easy to project onto someone else's property what it ought to be and should be, and the market doesn't always work that way. We just can't wave a magic wand and build out our city the way we want it to happen. We just, the deal that's in front of us is what we have to respond to, and when you have private property that's being developed, I think members of this council, all members of this council respect property rights, the hard-earned capital that people are putting into. They're taking a risk in responding to a market demand and trying to add value to our community. That value isn't added unless people buy up or the storage units would go out of business and we wouldn't have these requests before us. I'm conflicted, but what's kind of moved me recently is the only justification I believe I can provide, because I want to be consistent, not just when we have these sort of matters come before us, if there's so many people who are unhappy, just vote a certain way. I want to try to stick to a consistent plan. What I struggle with is how this land was already what the development agreement was, and shifting the conceptual plan from neighborhood commercial to public storage facility plan. That's where it's conflicting. I get that this isn't etched in stone. That's our best effort to try to communicate what people think that the land should be, and we wait for it to develop that way. And when it doesn't, that's when you get these requests to shift, because what we thought should happen didn't happen, and the market is requesting from us a different consideration. But when homeowners have purchased their homes and have there's risk involved, and I hope there'd be some humility from the homeowners as well to recognize that when you buy a home and you realize that there's property that's undeveloped, some things can happen. But I know that you look to us, you look to P&Z, and you look to council to at least try to protect as much as possible the vision that was attached to it. So on this motion, I'm going to support the motion to deny this request. They had years in the past to build out when there was opportunities to do that, and unfortunately, the prevailing winds of what our city policy in regards to storage units has shifted, and so we're looking with greater stringency, I guess, on these sort of requests. So that's where I'm at tonight on this.
Councilman Haverfield,
Haverfield.
excuse me.
There's been quite a bit of testimony tonight, and it's great food for thought. And looking at the property directly to the east and how long it's taken for it to develop, and it's still not developed yet, the idea of having retail, office, even medical type uses, it's ideal. Obviously, we'd love to see that, but it's taken forever for that to develop. And the original developer obviously has sunk a lot of money in infrastructure that hasn't been realized back. So when you look at what's the market asking for, I mean, what's out there that a developer is willing to come in and invest in to take a piece of property, and I'm sorry that you don't like the property development on Lake Lowell and Midland, but for 40 years I drove by that property, and it's been weeds, it's been tall weeds, it's been, and it was county property, so now it's annexed in, a $4.5 million asset as far as that a developer was willing to invest in, and the taxes now that back to the city. It might be low impact, it might, whatever. I mean, you can look at it a lot of different ways. People don't like storage units. In this case, I feel for the developer across the street. I know what Jerry's talking about, Mr. Dickerson, as far as trying to develop something so that, you know, there's some return back off of it. That makes sense. I think I've even looked at, as an architect, I've looked at this property before as an assisted living center. I mean, there's different potential for it, and I could come up with a lot of different ideas, but I'm not the one that's willing to spend the dollar to do that. So I am very conflicted on this. I see a lot of growth residentially in and around it. I used to even own a building, our first home was right above that area looking down over this property. So I know exactly what they're talking about, but I think in time, things will develop, people will appreciate, and I don't know. I'm torn as well. I would like to see the development, but I feel for the property owners. I listen to what's being said, and so I'm not sure how I'm going to vote yet.
Mayor, Council, can I ask a question of Councilman Haverfield? You serve sort of as our liaison to planning and zoning. I know you attend most of their meetings and you give reports on matters. When you have something like this where they recommended, I believe it was said 7-1 to approve, that also weighs on me because I respect P&Z, and when they speak almost with one voice, I mean, what, let's say the vote is to deny, as far as relations with P&Z and the rationale, I think they're umpires calling balls and strikes, sort of. But do you believe that there is some subjective element in our decision making with the modification that's being requested?
Well, and I thank you for that, bringing that out. I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for 5 years as well, and on Design Review for 5 years. So I've put in my time and trying to understand how the commission works and the time invested by that volunteer time. It's only to have their decisions brought up to the city council level and maybe be denied when, you know, it was something that they saw the merit in. I shared this with the mayor this last week. Sometimes it's a slap in the face to them how we can just overlook the decisions that they spend time, thoughtful time, in trying to make a proper determination on. Something like this, where they would maybe see our rejection of their approval, I need to have a good, solid answer for. I don't really have it right now. I see that a conditional use permit was originally approved by a council. I wasn't on the council at that point, and it was a different mayor. So it was a different time, and that's been brought out. And we've seen further development. And there's a lot going on, very limited amount of retail and commercial growth. the Walmart further to the north. There's a little, the dental clinic, which was spoken of. And, other than that, there's really not actually, I saw, is this a food desert? It's not. And we've got a Walmart out there, so we're good. But, and I live out in this area as well, so I drive by that site quite often. But back to your question, yes, I think I need to know what, and I'm waiting to hear what the will of the council is from a decision standpoint, but what your rationalization is as well, so I can share that back with them.
One of the things, excuse me, Mayor.
Just a quick comment. With planning and zoning, when they had the CUP condition, it was based on the outcome of the development agreement. If I were going to speculate, their approval, they knew that we were going to make the final decision. They did that knowingly, that city council had the opportunity to actually say no on the change on the development agreement. So on this one, I guess I don't question so much. I wouldn't feel like we're totally denying it, because when they approved that, they knew it was coming up to us. And really the real question was, would we approve a change in the development agreement?
But they saw that it was going to be a storage complex. Is that true?
Yes,
Okay.
as a storage, but they knew that we had to change the development. We had to approve the development agreement change to a storage unit, and they knew that ultimately we were going to be making the decision.
But my understanding in reading through the packet and the information that was provided to us tonight, that planning and zoning saw the merit of the potential development, voted almost unanimously in favor of it as it was laid out. So again, as for us now to take a step back and say, no, we don't see the same merit, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why don't we see the same merit? But I listened to the testimony as well, that I didn't be a part of at the planning and zoning level, obviously.
And a question I would have for planning and zoning is, they know that we put a moratorium on storage units. And if they had listened to the council meeting, they would have known that right now, the ratio for storage units, we are way over what the best practices for storage units. We are at a saturation level in our market.
And I would agree
And
with
so
that.
I'm surprised that they would have gone against what the council actually had already set forth, which was a moratorium, until we put some parameters on it. So I found that interesting.
Mayor Kling. Also, the thing is that I served on planning and zoning for 6 years. Planning and zoning are not elected officials. We are. This is our decision. And we're pretty much designated to be the voice of our community. Planning and zoning is not. So that's the big difference. And that's it.
And Mayor, you bring up a good point too, because when I read the P&Z minutes, I think our decision on the moratorium was pretty recent, and some of them were asking questions of staff, if I recall, even in that meeting. And so maybe they weren't brought up to full speed on the rationale for the decision we made. And I know we're meeting next week, I believe, right?
We
Next
do.
Monday. And hopefully there can be better understanding and alignment, at least in what we're trying to do. So maybe that's some food for thought, yeah.
And again, I would concur with the thought that they slid under the door as it was closing, obviously, as far as in the timing of the process. But I would imagine in their minds, this was an ongoing decision that they had made a while back, and were pursuing it, and just met the timeline barely. But yes, I think the timing is definitely a curiosity here. So is that
Is
your
there-
answer? Is that what I need to take? Victor said, in your nose.
And we'll have a discussion on Monday about all of this, I'm sure. If anyone would like to attend, we have a workshop with Planning and Zoning and Design Review and Council to talk about these things.
No one carry, okay?
Yeah. Whoops, and you know what, we can't be, and I apologize, it's just the public hearing rules. So otherwise I would let you, but yeah, we can't do that, so thank you though. Okay, are we ready for roll call? The motion is to deny, and it's been seconded. If there's no further discussion, roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
I'm going to vote no, just until I figure out what to say to planning and zoning.
Skog?
Reluctant, yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Okay. So there may be a number of people that are sitting here. We are going to move on to 6-8 on our agenda. If some of you want to go ahead and get up, I'll give you just a second to go ahead and.
Pretty much everybody.
Yeah, she leaves everybody. She leaves us.
The pole barns?
Patrick still here?
That's next.
He's asleep.
Oh, he's in the back.
As far as what I tell them.
Well, it's up now. There's no one. No one.
Two public and then going back to smash.
There's no one signed up?
Last two should, if Patrick votes, he is.
Okay.
We saw all the pictures.
Okay. So we're ready to move forward with item 6-8 on the agenda, and thank you for waiting, and I apologize for the long wait. This is a variance to the City of Nampa zoning ordinance, sections 10-7-6B, which is the minimum front property line width required shall be 150 feet, and the minimum side and rear yard setback shall be 10 feet for property located at 614 Hawthorne Street within a suburban residential zoning district. This property has a substandard lot width for the RA zone of 109 feet, and the applicant is also requesting a reduced setback of 5 feet from the north property line to allow for construction of a garage pole barn. For Cody Foreman. Cody, are you the applicant? And you're here. Come on forward. And I apologize, is this your wife?
Wife
How
and
old?
two little ones.
I am so sorry that you guys, if I had realized, I'm sorry. So how old is your baby? 6 weeks,
Wow.
and you have a,
Yeah, has a son out there too.
how old is he?
Wow,
Oh.
barely
Rubbing his
awake.
eyes.
See it rubbing.
I am so sorry.
Good. Hopefully it just works out.
I tell you what, they're both being very good. Thank
They
you.
are. So I'm
Okay.
Cody Foreman. We live on 614 Hawthorne Street. And so me and my wife bought this place a year ago, so don't judge that picture because it's not what it looks like. But we want to build a pole barn or a shop in the back just to raise our boys and kind of work on cars. After we buying it, we found out we have a 20-foot setback from the back and a 10-foot on each side because it's zoned RA. When we got our paperwork, it said that it was 118 feet across, but after buying it and everything else, it's actually 109. And so the minimum square footage for an RA is like 30,000. I believe that's the minimum, and then you can go above. But our property is actually 28,000. So the people in front of us and then behind us are zoned RS, and that's what our lot should be. I'm learning all this stuff. So we're trying to just see if we can have a 5-foot setback on the north side of it, so that way when we drive through, we can kind of turn around. Talking with members here of, this was the best bet. We asked if we could rezone it or do this, and they said that our hardship was because it was kind of zoned improperly to maybe go this route. So we're here trying.
Good for you. Thank you. So as you've been through this, we're going to have staff report. We don't have anyone signed up to testify. I'll ask, I don't believe there is anyone here to testify, so we'll do staff report, then we'll come right back.
I'll try to make this quick. Again, the two areas, he actually doesn't need, we later learned he doesn't need the variance for the lot size. We found an exception in the ordinance for a lot. The age of this isn't required to have that 30,000 square feet, even though it's in the RA zone. But he still needs the other two variances that are listed here, the 150-foot lot width variance and the 10-foot side yard setback, allowing him to go to 5 feet on that north property line for this new garage pole barn. Again, the zoning is RA, suburban residential. You can see the parcel highlighted there. The little red spot up there is kind of the area where the garage would be located. It is RA zoning to the north and to the south. There's one parcel that was zoned to RS 12 up there that I think was previously zoned RA, but on the east and west of both sides of this, it's zone RS. So it is kind of, I think the lot sizes were originally platted, that's an older subdivision. They were larger lots, and they've somewhat been divided, and the zoning not changed. But in any event, it's a 0.66 acre parcel, and you see the property highlighted here as well. This is the original plat for the Hawthorne Acres here, and the access is from Hawthorne Street back to the property. This is site plan kind of showing the lot with where the garage structure would be located. I might not have that quietly proportioned properly, but it's a 30 by 70 pole barn. They're asking for the 5-foot setback from the northern property line and the variance on the 150-foot width. And I won't need to, here's a view of the property, probably before he purchased it. It's not in that good a condition on Google Maps at this time. But, I'm sure it's improved from there. Again, the regulations, I won't detail those, but that exception that talks about the lot sizes, section 1017C. So he didn't need that variance. And again, the findings for variance approval, the 4 criteria are listed there in the staff report. And again, conditions of approval are listed here as well. Engineering came up with some conditions that they felt needed to be attached to this. And that is pretty much it.
Are there any questions
Any questions?
for Norm?
What is the setback off the rear property line that they're looking for? Is it not, it was supposed to be 20, but,
Right. It has to be, I think there's a 20-foot easement back there.
so they're going to
it has
maintain
be-
the 20
It has to be
foot.
20 foot off that.
Okay, and
So
then
they're
5 foot
asking
off
to
the,
reduce it to 5 on the north side
okay.
from 10.
And since it's residential, it doesn't have to be fire rated less than 10 feet. I mean, if it was less than 5 feet, it'd have to be fire rated residential, is that correct? Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Is he wearing a tie? Good.
He's still awake.
Okay, are there any other questions for Norm? Okay, hearing none. This is a public hearing, and actually, we do not have anyone signed up to testify. And in looking at this room, I don't think is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular item today?
Just don't call it a storage.
May want to wake your son up and have him testify in support of you helping you fix cars. I love that. Okay.
Okay, so actually, seeing none, I would stand, unless we have questions for the applicant. Do we have any questions? Okay, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council discussion?
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I'd move that we grant everything requested by this man, and I can't say no to somebody brings a baby and.
Especially for 3 hours.
It's the second.
With the conditions and the findings adopted from staff.
Yeah, absolutely. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
This really is your wife
There you
and 2
go.
kids, right? You just,
And you know what? Clay got a Mr. Potato Head for your son. He's an Idaho potato and a junior firefighter sticker. If he would like to come,
Oh, boy.
Clay will take it to him. He has
No,
been.
he's
an-
shaking his head no. He's like half awake. I think.
He
is-
doesn't care.
I don't think. I think.
I
he-
am so sorry
this
you
is a
guys
nightmare
waited.
for him, I think.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, my.
It's gonna be a nightmare.
Okay.
Awake.
We are ready for our last public hearing of the evening, and it is item 6.9 on the agenda, and this is to adopt the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code to Title IV, Chapter 11 of the Nampa City Code, which repeals the 1997 Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings as set forth in NC 040201 and revision to penalties and violations as set forth in NC 040105 to reference Idaho State Code 18-113.
Thanks for your team's hours of work on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Can we just move on to the public hearing?
I so appreciate us getting to this point today.
Yes.
Patrick, thank you.
I do as well. Mayor and council, thank you very much for your consideration tonight. I do have a 5-minute slideshow. I also sent that slideshow to everybody in advance. If you'd like me to go through that, or I can give you a few-minute narrative.
I think the few-minute narrative will work.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 1-minute narrative would be better.
So right now, Mayor and Council, right now, we have the 1997 Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings, which was put together and went with uniform building codes years ago, and we've had that code all these years. It's a very limited code. Basically, in order to call something out of code compliance where it has a dangerous building condition, you pretty much have to have most of the systems and the structure to 60% failure. What this new code, the 2018 Aeronautical Property Maintenance Code does, it references all of our currently adopted state building, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing codes, and it puts the remedies all into this code rather than us having to go to the administrative chapters of all of the codes we've adopted in order to pull different references out. So it's basically a clearinghouse for more effectively mitigating and calling for the abatement of either code violations or all the way up to dangerous building violations. One example is 1206 First Street South. It's a building downtown across from Mesa Taco and across from Pre-Funk on Wall Street. They're actually, surprisingly, we've been working with this owner, or trying to work with this owner for 2 years to have them fix the wall on Wall Street because the mortar is failing, and on the backside of the parapet, the brick is crumbling, and the precast coping is failing. So actually, I found out from Beth Einig at our meeting, our directors meeting on Monday, that they had started work. There's a mason down there working on it. So they are basically pulling out all of the grout to about an inch and a half and fixing it. But the thing is we had to determine that wall was 60% in failure because of the mortar, potential mortar failing on that triple wide brick wall. What this code will allow us to do is to task owners with keeping their buildings weather tight. If you have a leaky roof, you have to fix it. If your brick is failing or your stucco is failing and you can see sheathing or open stud cavities on a wall, then we can actually write a notice in order to fix just that symptom of the envelope failing. As far as plumbing, mechanical, electrical code, if your heat doesn't work, you have to fix it. If you have plumbing leaks in your building, you have to fix them. And if your electrical is unsafe, then you have to fix it. This gives us just a lot more latitude to find the remedy to buildings that are deteriorating prior to them reaching to a point of no return of failure.
So, Mayor, if I may, and you maybe mentioned it, Patrick, thank you. This is a ton of work, and thanks for doing this. So I'm always interested in, these are regulations, but how are you going to enforce them? So who's going to go out there and enforce it? What type of timeline, what type of fines? What type of...
How do we enforce,
Yeah.
Mayor and Councilman Brunner? We are not proposing that we change up how we find these cases. These cases come to us usually from citizen complaints, or you will drive by and like we had a few failed roofs during this apocalypse a few years ago, where it was very apparent from the street that they were built that they had roof damage, and then we had to get with those owners and help them through the process. We get about 100 to 120 code complaints a year.
Yeah.
Anything from a renter saying, hey, I've got, half the outlets don't work, and I plugged in an appliance and it get sparked, that type of thing, all the way up to, buildings that look like they're really on their last leg. We only get about 5 of those a year, maybe 1 commercial and 4 residential, and the residential ones are usually houses where the owner's at a nursing home, nobody has power of attorney, and so there's squatters living in the house, and the police have to go there constantly. And so what we'll do is we'll work with code enforcement, and we'll sweep the house, and we'll just board it up until somebody buys the property that can fix it up. So we're not going to be really the code police on this, but what this will allow us to do is just have more latitude to prescribe what the remedy is,
And more legal.
and more legal teeth. Yes.
Mayor Kling. And that was, my first question was, where does it go through code compliance to you, or, and that's fine, you don't need to explain that.
Mayor and Councilman, what we really get about probably 30% of our cases like this are from code compliance saying, hey, there's something major wrong with this building.
Yeah, got an
And then
envelope for you up here.
Yeah, so anyway.
We got it earlier in the
Right.
evening.
If you have an extra copy, I'll take that with you.
And the only other question I had is, I see that this is the 2018 International Property Code. Does it reference the 2015 international codes that have been adopted by the city?
Mayor and Councilman Hammerfield, this code does not reference them by date.
Okay.
It just references the code families.
So, okay,
And
so it would go back, I mean, until we obviously adopt 2018 IBC, it wouldn't be referenced that way in this code.
And that'll happen this legislative session. I've been working on the Rules Committee for that, and so.
For 18,
18 goes in front of legislature this January.
for ratification, or I guess
Right.
adoption in January?
Adoption, or it would be passed in legislative session, and then it would go live on July of next year.
Next year.
Yes.
So I'll be in touch with you to get a copy ordered
I have a
of
lot
those codes.
I have a lot of code
Yeah.
change books.
Just more for my library.
So I'm just curious, and this is just a side bit, just ensuring that we are adequately communicate to all of our builders when we have a change in our code and when it's effective. Needless to say, we have a process for that. Is that correct? When there is a change in code.
When there is a change in code, this is above and beyond the state adopted building code, so it does not
Right.
fall within that same, I guess, process.
I guess I just want to assure that anytime we have a change or we adopt something new as code, that it's clearly, one, posted on our website, and that everyone that it's clearly accessible. Correct?
Correct.
To where
That's
anybody,
correct.
or someone coming in from a customer service standpoint, they need to understand which code that we're abiding by and if they would be impacted by that code. Any recent changes?
Mayor, that is correct. We do have all of our current codes with links on our website. And we'll be sending out notices to all of our, the emails that we have for developers and designers and contractors as we go through the legislative process, telling them when we plan on adopting it and then when it will go into effect.
Awesome, thank you.
Yes.
Are there any other questions for Patrick? Okay, Patrick, so this is a public hearing, and there isn't anyone signed up to testify in favor of or against this, and since there is no one else here, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, do we have questions for Patrick, or what is the will of the council?
I'll make a motion to adopt the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Vogelboom,
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, so that concludes our public hearings. We're going to go back into the new business section and go through the things that we had to pause until we got through public hearing. The first one is item 5.6 on the agenda. This is an action item. It's the Fleet Services Division requests the authorization to offer a letter of intent to purchase 11 2020 Chevy Tahoe Pursuit Police Vehicle units on October 1, the effective date of the FY 2020 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call?
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield,
Yes.
Skog? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
The other pending items are action item number 510. This is the first reading of ordinance for the appropriation of funds for the FY20 budget. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance appropriating funds for a 12-month period from the first day of October 2019 to and inclusive of the 30th day of September 2020 to defray the expenses and liabilities of the city of Nampa for said fiscal year, specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriation is made, authorizing a levy of sufficient tax upon the taxable property, providing for a repeal of conflicting ordinances, directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance with the county commissioners and the Idaho Secretary of State, and providing for an effective date, referencing sources and uses of funds and appropriating monies, specifying a process for expenditures of funds, and establishing an effective date.
Okay? Thank you.
So move as read. It's under suspension of rules.
Second?
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hoagabom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 511 is an action item, and this is the resolution to disclaim FY 2020 foregone revenue. This needs, yes, and this would be to pass under, does this need to pass under suspension of rules since it's a resolution? No. Thank you. And there's nothing to read. Okay.
So move.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there, who moved?
Darrell?
Darrell, seconded by Randy.
Quick question for legal. Sorry. I know fire negotiations are still outstanding, so the fixed amount that's listed is what the motion's for, and that we'd stand by, right? Yes, okay.
Yeah. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hoagabom?
No.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 512 on the agenda is the first reading of ordinance for the code for public hearing and adoption of the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code, and the repeal of the 1997 Uniform Code for the abatement of dangerous buildings is set forth in NC 40201, and the revision to penalties and violations as set forth in NC 040105, reference Idaho State Code.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council adding Title VI, Chapter 11 to the Nampa City Code pertaining to the adoption of the International Property Maintenance Code, amending Title IV, Chapter 2, Sections 421 of the Nampa City Code pertaining to the building codes adopted by the City of Nampa, amending Title IV, Chapter 1, Section 415 pertaining to penalties for violating building codes, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, and orders and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And it is requested to pass this under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hoagabom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And in reviewing our agenda, I believe we have covered everything on our agenda, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.